Okay, greetings everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another episode. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. I apologize for today, but I had apparently misread I misread the hours of when the Easter Sunday dinner was supposed to be. I wasn't paying enough attention. And I got home at around 1 o'clock, maybe 12:30 this morning, technically speaking. So, yeah, needless to say, just lots of stuff happened. Anyway, hopefully everybody's doing well in both health and in spirit. Hope everybody enjoys their stay. Before we get started, I would like to take a moment and, I totally forgot to add this, but I want to thank Axel LPS, Rasby the Player, and Sizzling Seal for, subscribing at the Thunder tier. Devious, thank you for gifting those subs. I would also like to thank Brightwell. I had forgotten all about that last night. So sorry. I will get your name up there on the subscriber panel soon enough, but thank you as well for your tier 1 subscription. I read these out pretty much at the start of every stream once we are all live and everything, so that, the people that are thanked, the people that contribute more than just by being here are given a little bit of an extra thank you from yours truly. We don't have any patrons, no one-off contributors at this time, but I would like to thank people who have made one-time donations in the past. I really appreciate it. And your contributions, as well as, our continuous subscribers, mean more than I can really ever demonstrate. Now, let's check how much fiddling with the camera we're going to have to do. Maybe like this. Yeah, this looks good. Okay. Let's just make sure I haven't missed anything on YouTube or Twitch. We are multi-streaming to both platforms currently. Don't see anything. Okay, I think we're good here. Yeah, we are streaming to both platforms, Twitch, YouTube. If you want to, use the emojis, say hi to each other, please feel free to do so. I wouldn't recommend a crosswise conversation, but, I mean, hey, if you want to carry one out, that's your protocol. That's your business, not mine. If we were multi-streaming through Restream or something, I would definitely, I would definitely say, carry on a conversation if you want to, but I don't have that sort of setup. Just check the internal volume. Maybe I'm the one that's just like, oh yeah, this is too loud for me and I'm not used to it being in the headphones. Anyway, long story short, last time, I'm just gonna get that recap in before people actually get seated and comfortable and everything. Last time on The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, we started dissecting, the Akala Highlands, and boy, are there a lot of things in the Highlands. The Rist Peninsula, the Malin Bay, the Terry Town, the Akala Tech Lab, the Labyrinth that we haven't touched over here, Skull Lake, where Kilton is there and everything. Yeah, there's a large swath of things to do in Akala. I'm not kidding. And we're running fairly low on resources. Well, not super low, but we're starting to get quite low on resources. And you know what that means? Coin is going to have to do another round of grinding videos and actually edit the ones he has in stock and place them in chronological order where they should be. But that's a topic for another time. Yeah, our plan is pretty much to do more of this. The plan is pretty much to do this until we get to the wasteland. Without further ado, let's get started. But before we get started, I know, trend, right? Before we get started, just make sure I've got... Okay, I think I know. Yeah, I know where we left off. And I know the perfect place we can resume as well. So, If you guys want to follow along with all 900 Korok seeds that we'll be grabbing, please feel free to do that. We have a command that'll be making the rounds. It'll be !BOTW MAP, or asterisk BOTW MAP if you're on YouTube. There will be timers with this stuff circulating around. Feel free to play around with them. Definitely feel free to do so. Also, if you guys are on YouTube, I feel like I'm not very good at, demoing this. And also, let me make sure I'm not wielding anything that is metallic. Let's make sure we've fixed this. If you guys type in asterisk commands, you'll get access to all the commands as well that are circulating on timer. For you guys on Twitch, !Firebot commands, exactly as it sounds, will give you a list of all the commands that we use in Firebot that are publicly available. Feel free to use those to your heart's content. I also have a Discord channel, which let me go ahead and, or Discord server. Let me go ahead and put the link out there now before the timer circulates. Okay, both Twitch and YouTube should have those. My Discord server also has access to the Firebot commands, as well as anything that is different between Twitch and YouTube. I work really hard to curate the list of commands for everybody. I even got ones for the soundboard, which I'm gonna get to work on real soon. Because I'm still in the... I need to, work on streaming stuff before I can even think about returning to recording anything. Also, I'd like to just thank everybody on YouTube for, watching the video and everything. I really appreciate it. The last VOD we did had 160 views. I know. I'm talking about meta information that no one cares about, but I would like to comment on just how happy that makes me. That's almost triple the number of views I get. Sometimes it's over quadruple the amount of views the VOD gets. I'm really happy about that. So thank you guys so much. We are also at 83 subscribers on the YouTube, and so I'm also happy about that as well. I really just want to thank everybody for, being here and supporting me, whether by lurking, subscribing, or all that fun stuff. I really do appreciate it. So, what do I want to talk about today, if anything? Nothing comes to mind immediately, but I will say Happy Easter Sunday to anybody that is, in fact, not worshiping on this Sunday Easter. Easter is supposedly the time where Jesus resurrected from his tomb and ascended to heaven. I mean, that's not quite historically accurate, or it's not really the time mentioned in the Bible. It's the appropriative date so that Christians could kind of mow over the Easter traditions or the springtime traditions of what would have been considered the pagans here in the US at the time. I know there's a correct word for that. I don't know if it's a Wiccan tradition or if it's some other tradition. But that's how the Jesuits came to sort of really cement the... Please tell me that's not the rock we're supposed to carry. No. Where is this rock? Yeah, there's a ring. Where's the rock? Is it down here? Is it up here? Is it down below and we're meant to bring it up somehow? I have no clue. I have no clue. Okay, I'm gonna have to reload the cell that this is in and see if that changes anything. I'm gonna have to do that and then go from there. I do not know what's going on. But yeah, the Jesuits were very good at getting other cultures to sort of understand, oh, well, this moment in our religion is like what you do here at this time of the month. It's a very clever way of getting people who would otherwise not really want to integrate their culture with yours, a way to do that. It's the, like, peaceful method for doing it. Which, as someone who is religious, that is my preference. If you're gonna talk to people about your religion, you know, you should try to map your experience over. Not place it on top, but mention the similarities. But of course, you know, I'm on the side of history where people did that and were successful, so what do I know? For all we know, maybe the Jesuits were more sinister in their implications, or Jesuits were simply playing good cop to the Templar version of Christian religion, where the Templars, or not the Templars, but the militant wing of the Christians. I'm forgetting what that wing is. But it would be the more militant faction of the Christian settlers who did come here to the United States. They would be the ones to go and forcibly beat up, intimidate, relocate the Native Americans at the time. Okay, we're gonna place a skull or a star here. Oh, is it like 100 of each stamp? No. It's telling me how many I have left. Nah, bro. Hi, how are you? Hey there, nah, bro. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and in spirit, and hope you enjoy your stay. I am just fine. Thank you for asking. I had a good Sunday dinner. A good Easter dinner. Spiral ham, the whole 9 yards. So I'm pretty fed and happy, all things considered. Hopefully you're faring even better than that. At least me personally speaking, anyway. For those wondering what I'm doing, I'll put a pin here just in case it's not readily obvious. I am trying to respawn or see if a rock is perhaps somewhere nearby. If respawning doesn't work, I'll go ahead and check the map and see what it has to say regarding this Korok seed. We are going to be, in large part, just focusing on Koroks and shrines and other activities until we get to the wasteland, where we advance the plot basically one last time. Because that's the only divine beast we have left, is Va Niburis. And that's going to be a real treat, because I've never actually been to the Gerudo Wasteland here in Breath of the Wild. I've seen it. I've seen my sibling play through some of it. I've seen friends play through some of it. I've seen YouTube videos that go through some of it, but never the actual holistic experience. Not actually experiencing. Is it like on the road somewhere? Where is this rock? Maybe it's like over here and we have to ferry it a specific way? Let's see. Is my hypothesis correct? Thank you, great to hear, and happy Easter. Likewise. Or whatever holiday that you would normally be celebrating at this time, if Easter is not the thing you're celebrating. That's also totally fine. You're not going to catch me being like, Easter or else, Christmas or else. I'm not that kind of guy. Really am not. Like, at all. I don't like that. I also don't believe in forced universal greetings either. If someone says Happy Kwanzaa to you and you respond with Merry Christmas, just take the Happy Holiday greeting and move on. Don't like sit there and, lecture about, "Ooh, well, in our country it's this." Nah, it's supposed to be about the sentiment. You're ruining the sentiment with a lecture. How does that make people feel? All right, let's see where this rock is. It's supposed to be east of here? Okay, let me orient my compass. How far east could it be? Like, is like on the other side of the road? Like the rock crossing the other side of the road? Is this a Goron joke in disguise? Like, I hope everybody who has celebrated Easter, or the equivalent, if they've already celebrated that one this month, has had a happy holiday. And if not, and the holiday is coming up for you, I hope you have a happy one yourselves. Hey there, J Gaming Animations. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing in both health and in spirit today? I hope you enjoy your stay. Sigma? Oh no. This is so it's either the start of a joke or it's the start of talking about Greek letters. Oh, okay, map. You're telling me it's east of here. The only thing that's further east is, the coastline here. Please don't tell me that I have to get or drag a rock. Ohio? Sigma, Ohio. I don't know if that's supposed to mean anything. Awesome. Also, remember when you said you were making a music video? It came out, right? I have your... I'm subscribed to you, I'm pretty sure. So, I think I've seen a couple of things that you've posted since then, J Gaming Animations. I do take it that music video has already released. Good. Okay. I hadn't really had a chance to check it yet. Everyone should be subbed. With the notification bell turned on, I might add. Okay, yeah, this is the only thing that makes sense. Am I gonna have to look up this particular Korok? I might have to. Because the whole rock in the east is not making sense. Or is the guide meaning to say relative east? This is an ad for the J Gaming Animations channel. Yep, I am not like most streamers. I don't mind if people come in and talk about their content. All I ask is that, if you're gonna like advertise your stuff, don't also simultaneously be streaming. Don't stream snipe me. Don't steal people from me. I don't do it to anyone else. That's the line I personally choose to draw. If you want to come in and say, oh, well, I'm going to be streaming real soon, that might be, that's like, okay, that's fine. But if you're coming here, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, or other platforms, and be like, oh, yeah, I'm streaming right now, that's where I'm like, okay, I cool, get it. I get that you're trying to share. I don't like when people do that. It feels like stealing. Even if perhaps the intention is elsewhere, that's where my mind is thinking, like, damn. I mean, glad you're streaming. I'm not glad that was said or anything. It's weird. It comes with the... It comes with the whole... It's what happens when you're a bit more open than most people are about content creator advertisements. A lot of people are more closed to that. A lot of my associates that I've referred people to are like, hey, don't advertise in here. And that's fine. I think content creators have that right to be like, you're coming here spending time with me, I think you should be exclusive. It's not fair to me when you do that. just follow the rules that the content creator entertainer sets forth, and you'll be just fine. Thoughts on the Minecraft movie? Have not seen it. Probably don't care to see it. Jack Black is really not my cup of tea as far as acting is concerned. He, from what I understand of other people having watched the movie, is that he was kind of just there. He wasn't really a personality. He wasn't like some personality had to fit in. He was just there. The movie itself, meh. You know, it was generally fine. There wasn't like ideology shoved into it or anything. There wasn't ideology shoved into the theaters. There wasn't... What the heck is that? Is that a stretched texture? I can't tell what this tree is doing. No, it's not stretched. It looks stretched, but it's not stretched. Hot take: Minecraft movie is the movie of the year. I mean, it's certainly some people's cup of tea. It's like a great movie to take your kids to go see, or if, you know, you're a child yourself. You know, yeah, it's like not offensive, like at all. As far as like an adult seeing it, it's like, yeah, it's kind of lackluster. If you're a Minecraft fan, it was generally considered lackluster. It was like, eh. It was kind of safe as far as a movie was concerned. Let me make sure I've answered all the sentences and I'll move forward. What do I think of the chaos in the theaters? You'll have to elaborate more. Do you mean the Rachel Ziegler thing where she posted a clip of her, I want to make sure I'm not missing the window for this stall knocks. Where she posted herself being alone in the theater watching her own movie, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the live-action remake. I'll talk about that hot trash in a moment. But if it's that, okay. If not, please enlighten me. Nah, bro, if and you don't mind. Jane Gaming Animation says, Chicken Jockey. Every former movie theater employee's feared words. Why chicken jockey? That, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, if anything. This is definitely the part of the stream where Coin says he's a 33-year-old dude, and so he's not hip to be square. He is not like a current memer. He is not a jokester. He's not a hipster. So on and so on. The popcorn and the people getting kicked out of the movie, I've not heard of this. I've heard of people generally getting bratty at airports, but the movie theaters is a whole new thing. Let me make a note of that so I can look into it later, because you have me curious, but now is not a great time to be... Now's not a great time to be looking at that. Also, if I tried to look at that now, the stream would absolutely crash. Ooh, you're lucky. You'll be angry watching it. Anybody, I'm gonna imagine that if people got mad with the airport, like the airport bar brawls or whatever, people will definitely also get mad about whatever that is. Look, it's not... People, it's not hard. It's not hard. Just be decent people. Don't pick a fight with the... janitors in the theater. Don't pick a fight with the concession staff. Don't overly complain about the prices of popcorn at concessions. Don't berate the managers at the ticket booth. Just don't be a belligerent customer. That's not supposed to be hard. But then again, maybe I'm too disconnected from the troubles of this world. You know, even though the world is getting increasingly chaotic, maybe I'm still just not, I'm not incensed enough to understand why people are being the way that they're being in the theaters and the airports and so on. You can read the individual stories all you want, but there's like a trend, right? There's like a trend line. There's a pattern of people getting increasingly chaotic and angry at every facet of life under the sun, at least in America. I don't know if it's that way in Europe or elsewhere where there are theaters. Someone who's on that side of the pond will have to tell me if that kind of chaos is happening. I'm trying to figure out where the hell this bloody rock is. I'll probably just have to come back to it. Yeah, let me not waste everybody's time. I'm gonna put a star by this. I'm gonna look it up during break, and then we'll move on. In Europe, it's also chaos. There are even signs. I don't want to move too far away from this Stalnox. Yeah, we're gonna, like, come back up here and grab a couple of the Korok seeds over there. And not... And not worry, or not try to, like, mad dash over to the, Stalnox. It sucks, man. You know, I try to see the good in people. I do my best. I'm not a saint. I'm a normal human being, right? But I will go on the record and say that I generally try to see the best in people. Even when it's very clear that they're being not nice. And I'm putting that very lightly on purpose. Our little... It's like over here. That's where we want to be heading. Good news, you got McDonald's socks? Nice, nice. You know you're an adult when you can appreciate a good pair of socks that don't have holes in them. Are they like special socks with a design on them? Or are they just kind of like standard corpo red socks with the red or white socks with like the McDonald's icon on them? Just out of curiosity. Just the world is changing, everybody. Pay attention to the news, but don't go to your legacy media. Just find a unsyndicated radio talk show host or someone else to like get the actual current real live news from, and then make your informed judgments based on that. That's what I would do. That's my advice. Ah, so there's a pinwheel. Cool. Yeah, there are Big Macs and fries on the socks. Really? Interesting. I don't know if what I'm supposed to make of that, but you know, as long as the Big Mac isn't all you know, as long as there's not dressing or dirty stuff on the socks. I mean, it's a pair of socks. The salt washes right out. Although, I don't know, McDonald's salts, it's weird, right? Because for a while they were going through a period where they weren't salting the fries that much. And now they're going through a period where they're salting the fries a bit more. If anyone's ever had McDonald's a lot, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you get that stuff on your clothes and you like don't bother cleaning it out in a timely fashion, that stuff will chew through your clothes. It'll chew through your clothes. That'll wear down the... It'll definitely wear down your tongue a bit. Yeah, it's... McDonald's fries are a mess, man. Ooh, okay, good. We're gonna save here. I'm gonna throw up the field boss warning, because I have one of these. Do I not have one of these? No, I guess I don't. And I think that might be because, you know, it's like a shared chat or whatever. Let me go ahead and read this, and then I'll go ahead and focus. We'll focus on the boss and everything. There are too many chemicals, and I don't know if there's salt in the fries. Maybe it's too little and they're greedy. Oh, no, no. Salt is one of those... I mean, if we start rationing salt, we've got bigger problems. But there are probably other things. Not to mention the... Did you hear about the beef tallow? Because that's everyone's newfangled thing that RFK is talking about is, you know, the seed oils, they're bad for you. You should consider switching to the beef tallow. It's all about the beef tallow. Cue Steak and Shake immediately switching to the beef tallow. Here's what I gotta say about that. Guys, listen to your doctor. If your doctor says the stuff in seed oils is bad for you, or you have too much unsaturated fat, okay, avoid the unsaturated fat. Beef tallow is the opposite end of this problem. There's too much saturated fat in there. If your doctor says, hey, you need to cut out the saturated fat, you do that and you avoid the beef tallow. Not hard. Listen to your doctors. They know what's best. And they're the ones that will fight for you should the hospital or insurance, should the insurance, you know, not want to cover something. They will help you fight the insurance companies if necessary. You know, there are always bad doctors, but I like to think they generally know what's best. There's a reason you're going to see one, right? At least that's the way I'm viewing it. Okay, so here's the part where I'm going to focus on the boss. On the field boss. Can I pause the game? Yes, but I would prefer to just get the stall knocks over with so that we can move on. I will be still looking at chat and everything, but I might not necessarily respond super quick. See you guys on the other side of the high knocks here. Thank you. Thank you very much. They're not particularly hard ordeals or anything. I have to, like, get whatever bow is gonna zap me silly not doing that. Thank you very much for the GGs. Yeah, not a particularly hard ordeal, but you still want to take the fight, like, seriously, right? You never really quite know. I guess we technically have a fire starter. Oh, I'm gonna get rid of this. Nice shot there. 26, 24. Where did the other one, like, run off to? It's like over there. And that's just a spear. Okay. We're good. We've picked up the weapons I wanted. Coin is generally a pretty poor multitasker, so it's kind of hard for me to, like, maintain a conversation and play the game at the same time. I don't know, man. Let's get rid of the boomerang. I don't particularly care for it. It's a neat toy, but I would prefer to have the fire weapons. I'm gonna switch that to a skull. And now I'm gonna continue getting the Korok seeds. So my tip for fighting Stalnoxes is pretty much this, because I do want to make sure that I'm still treating this like a Let's Play walkthrough experience. That was my whole goal of doing things this way. It would be weird if I said that Chugga Conroy and others inspired my channel and then didn't do things, at least in some retrospect, that way. So Stalnoxes, these lovely enemies, can be a bit finicky to get a hold of at night. Looking for, there's like a patch of trees. It's like over here-ish. Yeah, it's like right here. There's supposed to be something that'll initiate a Korok event. Unlike other Hynoxes, Stalnoxes will actually cover their eyeballs to prevent being shocked. The other Hynoxes, you don't typically have to worry about shooting their eyeballs out. You can, but it's not a requirement like it is for a Stalnox. So if you haven't been practicing your archery, I would recommend that you do so. The oldest kin too, right? Make sure I'm not... yeah, pretty much any Hynox. It doesn't matter what color it is. The only one you have to worry about is the Stalnox. The rest, you can pretty much just chug an attack potion, spin to win, and hopefully you'll only have to avoid one jump attack or something. It's crazy the amount of difference that being undead, like being a skeleton, makes. Huge amount of difference. Gotta reset the stamina at some point. Probably do it here, and then make a mad sprint. The other thing is you may have to make multiple stops by an area with a suspected Stalnox in it. It's really picky. When Stalnox decide to like wake up is tricky. Ideally, it's best to not pop into the area until after, say, 9 p.m., 10 p.m., somewhere around that time period. It may even differ by like the exact Hynox. It's known, but I don't know it exactly all that well. But it's best not to spawn or already be waiting around on a Hynox or a Stalnox, excuse me, because then they definitely won't spawn. You have to be out of the area and then walk back in and they're up. Who knows why that's the case? I might look into that over the break as well. We're wanting to go over in that general direction. And I'll want to just be prepared for a lightning storm. Yeah, Akala's weather, that's something else we can like talk about in the retrospect of being a guide. The weather in Akala is wild. A lot. There are all kinds of weather patterns. And a lot of other places, the weather is kind of dictated by the climb or by story events. You could sort of figure out what the weather is going to be. With Akala, you kind of just have to keep on your toes, because you don't know. You really don't know if it's going to be, storming for one block of the game, or if it's going to be a string of sunshine all the way through. You just have to look at your little weather indicator. Akala's the one place where you really have to pay attention to it. All the other spots, you can kind of... I would say the closer to the plateau it gets, the easier the weather is. And the further out from the plateau you are, the more interesting the weather decides to get. Might have to replace this controller. Ah, good. I'm glad I found this. So, what would everyone consider the most tedious task personally to you? What would you say the most tedious task in Breath of the Wild is? Is it the Korok hunting? Is it the combat? Some people would say even the combat is more tedious than that. Would you say that perhaps the dungeons, or like the few like divine beasts that are a dungeon, are tedious to you? And I realize there's probably like some worth. There's like some amount of an objective answer that's there, right? But everyone always has a different opinion on what tedium is. Like, that part is subjective. 100%ing the game, or like the whole game? I want to make sure I know if there's like a difference. Because if we're gonna say that the Breath of the Wild is tedious, yeah, on some level, I guess I suppose it is. Ulri Mountain, yeah. It's, oh, I know exactly what this is. We gotta make the, we're gonna have to, you know, fix the apple trees so that they're correct. I didn't ask for you to be in my inventory, Soldier Bow. Get out of here. If it's like fully completing the game, yeah, that's also kind of tedious. Because there's like some amount of grinding you've got to do, right? There are all the ingredients you have to get. There's all the combat. Yeah, this controller is starting to have some extra dead zones to it. Gonna have to swap out for nice nice little mad dash you had there, Keese. Let me go see if I have the other controller around somewhere. Because it's now, like, purposely bopping my stick back and everything. But I will read the comment on the way out, and then I will, you know, run a quick ad while I'm going to grab the controller, because that might be more than 10 seconds. You think 100%ing the whole game is getting 999 of everything, 100% on the map, the best weapons? Like, yeah, like, absolutely maxing out the inventory. Yeah, that's kind of... That is really tedious. And I suppose I could talk about the 100% goal as well. Let me go ahead and just... I have a command for this. And it's probably... Yes, it's this one. So, yeah, basically, you know, see all the weapons and armor, get all the Korok seeds, get the inventory upgrades, cook the food and elixirs, get the better ending, etc. But not, you know, getting 999 of items, or, you know, getting all the encampment chests would be part of the 100% experience, but killing all the enemies until they become silver or white is not part of that experience. You see what I'm saying? It's like everything that is unique or that could be considered a completable thing you could do, I'm counting, but just like the monotonous, tedious aspects of the game, Koroks notwithstanding, I don't count them. And I suppose it's something else I could, you know, perhaps, like, ask on a more general level. So while I go and grab my controller, my other controller real quick, here's a question. What do you guys consider 100%ing or fully completing a game to be? I know Nabro has already mentioned that answer, but I'm curious if that answer is, I'm curious to see if that answer, like, sticks between games. But what do you guys consider the 100% fully completed experience of a game to be. And with that, I'm going to go grab my controller real quick, and I will be right back. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Mr. Beast gave you 10 grand. Hold up. I gotta make sure I'm not missing chat here. Michael Jackson showed up. That's weird. Well, I mean, hopefully the 10K is real, because the 10K would be nice. But also, 10K from Mr. Beast does tend to carry quite the, price tag on it. So I'd watch out for that. Maybe add all the shrine chests being opened. Yeah, I've been doing that as well. Not just completing the shrines, but actually, making sure the chests are all open. I do count that as part of the 100%. And I think I do have the controller. Apparently, though, it's dead, and so I got to charge it. So we're stuck with the occasionally different. We're stuck with the occasionally bad controls. I will have to go replace this controller when I got the money to do so. Got time, don't got money. $60 for controllers, or like 30 something bucks for controllers, not cheap. So in regards to my question, because I never ask people questions that I'm not willing to answer myself. I don't ask other people to bare their souls for me if I'm not willing to do the same. I just think that's fair. I always consider the full completion of a game to be either getting all the achievements, or even if it's not getting all the achievements, it's like getting, at the very least, you know, getting all of... I have to be careful that I didn't just grab an apple I wasn't supposed to. Are you freaking serious? Wow, this game was like, screw you. No Korok seed for you at all. Just pfft. My fault for coming during a lightning storm. Wow. Sorry. Let me that's just a completely unmitigated disaster. That's gonna take like multiple in-game days to come back. Absolutely bonkers. Let's go get the next Korok seed then. Not waste time. I can't believe that even happened. Maybe getting max armor? Oh, like the full armor upgrades? Yeah, that is also something I intend to do. But I intend to do that not because it's part of the max requirements, but because, you know, it'll be good for any challenges we have ahead. Having max armor levels is a good thing to have for that reason. But technically, as long as you have the level 2 set effects, I think you've pretty much seen it all. This has to be a... There's a hole somewhere. Or there's a leaf pile somewhere. Yep, here it is. Okay. Figured it out. But yeah, the 100% experience to me in games in general, not even specifically just Breath of the Wild, but like in general, is get all the items, see all the endings, if at all possible. If it's too unwieldy, like Skyrim, trying to do all the various things to get an ending each time, yeah, that's not great. Or like the Fallout New Vegas, Fallout series. What's your motivation for streaming? I wouldn't call that a weird question. Thank you for asking it. Can I say that my motivation has changed in the beginning? Or changed from when I started? So, when I started, I definitely was a person who definitely thought he could do this full time. I was trying to hop on the gravy train for streaming for money. That was something I was trying to do. About a year in, I realized, oh, it takes more effort than that. Most people really don't stream for this reason. They don't stay streaming for this reason, or they never stream for this reason, because streaming for money is it's not good for your mental health. It's just not. And even doing the streaming as a full-time job can kind of be bad for your mental health. So these days, I actually stream in large part because it is good for my mental health. I'm an extrovert. I'm someone who likes talking to people. I am someone who gets off is like a bad way of putting it. I am someone who gets energized from talking to people, especially in person. It's almost like a contact high for me. I crave social interaction, and streaming is a way for me to get that, because I'm kind of a homebody otherwise. Yeah, I go to other people's houses and I watch their pets for them, or I make sure their house is secure while they're gone. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. Yes, I do that. But that's not the same thing as going out and meeting people, because I'm still a homebody in those situations. I'm just a homebody at someone's house. And I'm not meeting people in that sort of, I'm going the wrong way. It's like right here probably. I'm not meeting people for the express purpose of getting to know them. I'm meeting them for a job. I'm meeting them to make money. Like, it's transactional. And, wow, nice game. And I am just... That kind of stuff hollows you out over time. And so streaming is, for me, a way to get the kinds of interactions like this one right here. Hey there, Devious Grace. Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the hype emotes in chat. How are you in health and in spirit today?
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
Okay. I'll add 5 seconds to the mark. As soon as I can find it. But yeah, how are waiting to go out? Oh, like out for a date, or just out somewhere in general. If and you don't play some pool, oh, that's nice. My dad does this sometimes. He's part of a pool league. He plays with the attorney. How have the streams been going? And stuff. It's fun. I hope you enjoy that, Devious. If you guys don't know Devious Grace on Twitch, please go check her out. She works really hard on her content. She and I have the same spheres of content, but she also plays a moderate amount of horror and shooter titles. I'd kind of dip my toe in every so often. That's not really my style, but yeah, please go check her out. Here comes the shout out. You haven't done any recently? That's fair. Hey, do stream when you can, if any at all. And you need to get back to work? That's fine. I won't keep you if that's what you need to do. But yeah, go. I hope pool goes well for you and the mister. Thank you. You're quite welcome. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything on YouTube, and then we can get moving. And then I have to fix a couple of timers and things. Nah, bro, if you're still here, I hope I answered your question. I stream for people at this point. I get a lot out of interacting with people. And streaming is my gateway to do that. Although I do have real-life friends. We do meet up with each other every 1 to 2 weeks. Sometimes more, sometimes less. But I like meeting different people. I like talking to different people. People that I don't see just day in, day out all the time. I like unique social experiences. And for me, streaming gives me a chance to experience that from the comfort of home. Or when I'm stuck at home. Because, clients are dry or clients are scant or what have you. So because because of how late it is, normally I would have been running an ad already, but we tend to take commercial breaks for well, actually I should wait at least 2 minutes, but I'm going to at least explain. Normally we take 3-minute breaks here, and I usually run some ads for people on Twitch just to help with the pre-roll and everything. So I definitely recommend getting up, stretching, grabbing a snack, and all that other fun stuff. Because I'm also away from my desk. It serves as a way for me to get up, go stretch, and do the things I need to do, such as looking stuff up and so on. And this is the call to, if you hadn't done so already, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube if you like the content. And please make sure you, have the notification bell turned on. And that if you want to leave a comment, you do so in the comment section below, because all that helps juice the algorithm. Just don't say algorithm boosting, like actually engage with the content. Because I've now learned that YouTube scans for the fake algo boost comments and will suppress those or suppress the video. So please just don't do that. Find something in the video to talk about. This is sage wisdom from me to you, because I learned this maybe 3 or 4 days ago. It opened my eyes. I did not believe YouTube was doing this. It does. Let me go ahead and make sure I've replied to everything. Yeah, thanks for your answer. No problem. Thank you for asking the question. I like to think that this is just as much your channel as it is mine, at least in terms of sparking conversations and making content together anyway. I think it's nice to talk even in spare time. I agree. What is your plan in the game? Getting loot or getting better? Plant in Breath of the Wild? My plan for Breath of the Wild is to complete it. Hopefully, being on top of equipment maintenance, our armor should be decent. I don't need it to be top-notch when we go fight Calamity Ganon, for example, but I do think it should be in good condition. And in terms of getting better, I don't know. So, I like loot and I like getting better. Both. Yeah, definitely both. But I'm not crazy over either task either. Wow, that's definitely a jumble of words that totally made sense when I spoke them. I'm shooting for both. I'm shooting for both loot and skill, but I would say that you're speaking to someone who is a Soulsborne veteran. I have challenge run Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring before. This is something that not too many people know about me. The longtime members of my audience do, but not everyone does. I used to be a challenge runner. I actually have a whole playlist of streams from about a year and a half ago, roughly, where we attempted to play through Elden Ring deathless with fire spells only. That was a fun little experience. I learned a lot, going through and challenge running a game like that. So my skill with games like this, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, yeah, I can mess up, and there's certain things about the combat that do throw me for a loop, but for the large part, I'd like to think I'm pretty skilled at the combat. Lionels usually don't pose that much of a problem to me. Hinoxes usually don't pose that much of a problem to me. It's making sure I'm focused when I'm fighting them so that I don't make those kinds of errors, if that's making sense to anyone at all. Now, because of the time that it is, I am going to go ahead and run that ad break now. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Please remember to go up and stretch and take a break for yourselves. And with that, I will see you at the end of the commercial break. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, folks. I had to go and have a logistical conversation with the folks I live with, because I could show you guys this because it's on the recording and everything. It's on the camera. It's just I've done a pretty good job of cropping all that stuff out. So if I turn on my camera, you're not going to hear any game noise for just a minute. If you'll look behind me, there. That's a trundle. That's a bed. This is an office. I have an office. I don't have a bed. There should not be a bed in my office. I'll spare everybody the long and pointless story about why it's there. It's not important. But I have been itching to get this thing out of my office for months. In fact, it'll approach a year. No, actually, it'll approach closer to 9 months. Not quite a year, but 9 months they had this. Long story short, for time, I thought I had to move into the office. Like, I live with my folks, and I'm lucky to have both a bedroom and an office. It would be nice if the bed were not occupying space. I could then maybe put in a used chair or a sofa or something. Or, you know, I could make more of a bookcase / like display rack behind me. That would be fantastic. I currently don't get that. I don't get the opportunity to do that. This would let me do that. So that's what that whole discussion was about. I totally forgot to look into that rock because I ended up getting caught in that conversation. So I'm going to take a quick second and just look up this particular Korok seed real quick. And we'll then be able to move forward because I am tired of staring at that stamp. I'm tired of staring at that stamp on the map. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so it's wild. Korok seed near Terry Town. Rock. Nope, that's not it. No, Reddit, I'm not interested in this. Now I'm getting Tears of the Kingdom nonsense. All right, it sounds like I'm gonna have to look at a YouTube video. No, that's not it either. No, that's also not it. I'll have to look into it later when I've got 3 minutes to try to thumb around with that. For now, let's just focus on the seeds that we can get, and that means somewhere like up here will be our next one. Nope, that is a stamp. I want a pin. Thank you very much. I will say, or I will, this does give me a chance to maybe talk about the commands, or specifically the channel point redeems. If you're on Twitch, sorry YouTube, I'm not a partner. I don't have any of the nice fancy buttons that come along with that. Where is, I hear fighting. Let me go deal with that first. Yeah, I'm gonna make you do something real nice, Mr. Bokoblin. And guess what that is? Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna make you drop your weapon, and then you'll die. Hello, Chabi. Kilton at Fang and Bone is way more interested in researching monsters than any normal person should be. I'd kind of like to meet him just to see what kind of weirdo loves monsters that much. He's been sighted all over the place now, not just Akala. Should I be worried? The creepiest part of the stories is how he's supposed to pop up out of nowhere once night falls. I'm not as sure as I used to be that I actually want to meet him. All right, ma'am, you can do that. Anyway, if you guys are on Twitch, my channel points all have a redemption on them. They all have an audio clip associated with them. I still need to go and color code. I still need to go and color code the ones that are native to Twitch. But let me just redeem one as an example. Obviously, it's going to be... I'm not actually going to do the redemption. I just want to show you.
My glasses! I can't see without my glasses!
My glasses! I can't be seen without my glasses!
So, that is me removing my glasses for 5 minutes. If you guys want to have me struggle to read anything, that's exactly what that command or that redemption is for. And then if you guys just want to hear haha funny noise for very cheap, well, I've got one for you.
It's unthinkable to act against the Empire?
Oh man. The ones in pink are haha funny buttons. The ones in purple make me do something. I'm gonna be trying to think of some more purples to add, because there are lots of pink ones. There are not a whole bunch of purple ones. And I kind of want you guys to be in on all of that, because I think it would be fun to work on some redeems. They shouldn't be outlandish. Oh, hello. Hylians are good folk. Thanks, I'm glad you think so. Look, Savota. Laroba? Hi, Laroba. I've traveled from the Gerudo Desert in the southwest all the way here to Akala on my journey to find a partner. The best parts of it have been getting to meet all the peoples of the world and hearing their thoughts and perspectives. That's my advice to you. Don't be shy with the people you meet, no matter what they look like. Aw, that's sweet. Hey, you need to leave? You're going to sleep? Have a nice day. Thank you so much for stopping by for any length of time, nah, bro. It's nice that you can make it. I really appreciated your company. Enjoy your sleep. Get some good rest, my senator and inductee. And with that, I will hopefully see you sooner rather than later. Rest well. I've traveled from the Gerudo Desert in... Okay, we've already read this. The best parts of it have been getting to meet all the peoples of the world and hearing their thoughts and perspectives. I see. Okay, so there's not much to that. Well, thanks for greeting us with such a positive perspective, Laroba. That one is much appreciated. Oh man, so I say what I say about, meeting new people, but I am also appreciative of the real life friends that I do have. It's nice to be able to voice my political perspectives to a more closed group of people that I think might understand them. Like, kinship is important, right? People seek others that are like-minded. It would be I'll be in every stream this year and react. Very well, good sir. Bye. Bye-bye. Take care of yourself. It's nice to be able to talk about the deeper things in life. It's not all sunshine, rainbows, TikToks, memes, food, drink, and games. Sometimes the shit's serious. I had a long car ride on the way home from a meetup we had yesterday, and the friend that I refer to, he and I sort of bared our souls a bit to each other, which was nice. I really enjoyed that. He and I think a lot alike. Not exactly alike. The dressing is different. the dressing is different, the circumstances in which we were born were different, and so on. But it was nice. Granted, the discussion was of a geopolitical bent, and I'll spare people the contents of that because I don't want to look like an unhinged lunatic today. But it was nice being able to talk about it, get it off my chest, not have my thoughts drive me so batshit crazy anymore. That it was nice to do that. And really, I guess that's my advice to people in life. Find friends, and find friends that at least are neutral in political perspective. Neutral enough that they're indifferent to when you choose to vent about these things. Now, of course, the reality is that you often never know if that's actually the case, and that's always a kind of a gamble, but that's life. Life is gambling. The very act of living is gambling. And I won't hear otherwise. Is life always a gamble all the time? Are you playing a slot machine every day of the freaking week? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's gotta be just this blank right here. There we go. It's gotta be that one there. But life is gambling. Every day, you could be exposed to a mutagen that kills you. You could get run over by a car. You could eat too much of something, like too much caffeine, and, your heart will beat too fast and you'll die. You could have someone come in the dead of night and slit your throat and you die. You could have someone, hire a hitman to kill you. You could die because you drowned, or because an animal mangled you to death. There are lots of ways to just die. Lots of ways of death. I know, real positive subject, right? But all I'm trying to say is life isn't permanent, and it's not guaranteed. There are people who are born still each year. Because life is just not that much of a guarantee. The only certainty in life is death, taxes, and folly. Everything else is fleeting. So you should enjoy it while you can. You shouldn't incite hate or violence, because all our lives are temporary, and life is filled with suffering that must be mitigated. I know. I'm getting all philosophical now, but I think it's important that people talk about this stuff sometimes. And it's important that you find a person to talk to. And I want to be that streamer, that content creator, that entertainer that does that for people. I want to be the voice people don't have. Because sometimes people come onto the internet and they have nobody. There are people whose parents have died, whose siblings have died, people who have no lovers, or all their lovers are enemies, so they have no one. Not even the people at work. That they truly are alone. And being able to be a sounding board for someone when they talk about that sort of thing, at least in my mind, is important. Also, we're all garbage trucks. We're all garbage trucks. We all have insecurities and, negative thoughts that we hold on to for a long time because we're not sure, A, who it's safe to dump our garbage onto. Okay, I guess I was just looking for the wrong one. For whatever reason, I wasn't able to find the cube. you still, as a streamer, content creator, entertainer, you do have to draw a line somewhere. Like, you can't just talk about that all the time unless it's just, you know, what you do. If you're a political commentary content creator, yeah, that's kind of your job. If you're a philosophy tuber, yeah, you kind of have to talk about that stuff. We're gonna go back to the Spring of Power here and find the Korok Seed. I'll go ahead and update the count. It should be like 7:30. I want people to know this space is safe to do that. Just don't be an ableist. You know, don't violate terms of service. Don't be an anti-human piece of garbage. That's really all I ask. What does being an anti-human piece of garbage look like? You kind of have to just know when you see it. In a lot of cases, it's all the isms of the world. Nazism, racism, sexism, but sometimes it sounds like misogyny or misandry. Or it sounds like discrimination against trans people, non-binary people. Trans rights are human rights, and I will not hear anything else of the sort. And like coming out and saying otherwise is bannable. Don't do that. If you're gonna be a phobe, keep that to yourself. Not hard. You know, tune out, leave if you don't like, or go to Kick, go to Rumble, go to Odyssey, or any one of the other like places where the manosphere is prevalent. Content creation, like content sphere. Go there. Go visit the Red Pill forum. Go visit the Femcell female dating strategy forum. Go visit those places. Because yes, femcells are real. They do exist. It isn't all manosphere. I want to make that very clear. Like it's like right here. That these things are real and they can hurt you. It's not that hard to just not be indecent toward people, man, woman, or otherwise. And those that are, well, you know, as I was explaining to my friend in the car yesterday / this morning, because that's what time I actually got out of the car, was early this morning, like at the crack of dawn this morning. People will do anything when they've got a chip on their shoulder. You would be surprised. Your jaw would drop to the freaking floor if you knew what people did for the measures of their revenge. How far would they go to see their revenge executed? To see their ideology through to the end? People would say, it's modern society. Well, guess what? Modern society has Donald Trump. Modern society has the president of El Salvador. Modern society has Peter Thiel and Mencius Moldbug, a.k.a. Curtis Yarvin. Modern society has Elon Musk. Modern society has Joe Rogan. Modern society has Hassan Piker. Or, you know, Asmongold. Or so many other people. So many other people that have all moved to have some kind of political bent, who spout crazy nonsense. Okay, and now we're going to... Nope, that's not correct. Yeah, that's right. You do that. Yeah, this world has crazy people in it. Modern society is not fully enlightened yet. Not gonna be for a while. We might not ever make it to that point as a species. We might just nuke the whole world before that happens. Okay, 2 stabs. 2 stabs of the thing gets the rock underneath. Good. Okay, so we've got that one. Got that one. Where do we want to go next? Hold on. So there, this huge patch. There's one right there. There's a quartz seed there. Then we have this one. That's one. And then we have the very next one. That's another. Okay, okay. I'm going to refrain from getting too geopolitical. I'm just saying there are crazy people in this world, and you need to be ready for them. These are the kind of people that have a chip on their shoulder. They have a chip on their shoulder, and because they have that chip on their shoulder, there is now a personal motivator for their ideology. No longer is it just, oh, this is stuff people read. No, this is stuff people experienced. And experience is a much stronger motivator for why people might a much stronger motivator for why people, even if it's detrimental to them, would, you know, carry out the plans for dangerous ideology. Because to them, it is the empowerment of seeking revenge. It is the power of righting personal wrongs. And that medicine is stronger than metamorphine. It is stronger than crack. It is stronger than weed. It is stronger than alcohol. It is stronger than fentanyl. The need for catharsis and revenge, to seek catharsis in the name of revenge, is one of the strongest lines of action a human being can take. And it definitely, you're lucky if someone snaps you out of it early. And more likely, I see the rock ring over there, more likely, you know, you really only snap out of such a vengeful cycle if you hit rock bottom. And you're forced to confront your own internal reasoning for why you wanted the revenge in the first place. Therapy! It's important that everybody go to therapy. Have I mentioned how important it is for therapy yet? And if you're here in the US, you should get started. Now. Sorry about that, everybody. And the sooner you get started so that you can, like, process this shit, the better. The better off you'll be. Okay, the next one's not until, like, until we actually get to the Akala Tech Lab, so let's do that. There are things we could get around the coastline, but I don't see any particular reason why we should do that. Although I did put a Ancient Guardian on the thumbnail, so, you know, maybe actually dealing with some Ancient Guardians would be a nice thing to do. You know, fulfill the namesake of the thumbnail and all that. Okay, Robbie, help me out. Optimal conditions. Hey, beep. Familiar name missing. Beep. 400 rupees for 5 ancient arrows. We're gonna want some of these puppies. But beforehand, I don't think there's... Yeah, so you can always get a copy of your ancient greaves if and whenever you need some. We really don't need them now. We can just replace our arrows with ancient arrows. We want at least a few of them. I would say get probably around 25, 30. Getting ancient arrows is a time-consuming process, but it is definitely worth it in the end. Okay, so why don't we start with the how to message blocks. Thank you, Automod. I'm not sure why you're turned on, though. Thank you, Siribot, for deleting spam. Real life is just such a crapshoot sometimes. It really truly is. What's the point of this? I know it's to climb. It's so Robbie can climb up and get a book, and that's neat. But man, I wish that ladder actually did something, and it wasn't just like set dressing. Because set dressing is wild, man. Yeah, and I kind of laid it all out for the friend that took me home yesterday. And I'm like, not gonna rehash that conversation, but I think I've got a pretty good grasp on, you know, where the U.S. is headed. That's all I'm gonna say. I've got a pretty good idea of why people are doing the things they're doing, why everyone is going through all the different motions for all their different pieces of reasoning. And even if everyone wants to say, oh, it's wrong, oh, you've got derangement syndrome or whatever, I am someone who knows the measure of a person's emotions. I may not be as in tune with them as like a lot of empaths are, but I am very aware of the fact that people will often not speak the truth. People do not speak the truth to power. People have ulterior motives for things. Because telling people, oh, you secretly want to relocate them and move them out for a number of different reasons is not okay. That is never socially acceptable. And so how do you, you know, enact your plan to relocate people secretly? What the heck? Oh, it's got to be like, it's definitely below. I don't know what I'm thinking of there. Okay, so that one doesn't actually start here. That one starts later. Why don't we go grab the ones along the coastline, and then we'll make a beeline for the maze. Hopefully that is to everyone's liking. And I'll go ahead and update the count. Now, is it possible everyone's going to do all this grandstanding? Everyone's going to make all these plans in the world, and, you know, they'll meet enough stiff resistance that it's a non-problem? Yeah, possibly. Is it possible that the administration officials in the U.S. change their minds? Or that Congress gets a spine and actually does something about about people usurping their power, yeah, sure, there are always opportunities for that. I just don't think it's gonna happen. I don't foresee it happening. And I don't know if I like what's gonna come next. I really don't think so. Yeah, this pin is not remotely correct. This pin is actually more like here. I see. It's like, it's right here, I think? Nope, of course not. It's, right here. Or there's another structure somewhere. Where is this? Like here? I feel kind of like I'm forcing a particular way of doing things rather than actually doing them organically. Is there something under the water I could use? Don't know. Gonna look at it. East? Huh. Oh, okay. I know what's going on. I'm gonna wait. Okay, so it's like here, right? Hold on. Let me figure it out. That is like a super long way for a brick puzzle. It's got to be like over here then, on the just on the opposite side. That's the only thing that makes sense. Nice. I just like this lots. Okay, boys. Yeah, I definitely would prefer it if, you know, we, you know, didn't attack me while I was trying to do some random task. Much appreciated. Only thing I could think of is that it's like over here, like on the in the other deep pool on the coast. Okay, I might have to find where this particular one is. Oh, is it like here? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and respawn this. Let's find the other magnetic block puzzle before I continue. Or, you know, maybe I'll try framing the, I'll try inserting the metal block one more round of times, and then I'll look for, like, the twin somewhere. Because it's just, usually the twins are nearby or in a place that's, like, it makes sense for there to be a twin. For those that are, you know, thinking about their significant other, if you guys have a good relationship going, hold on to it tight. Don't enter the dating market. Just don't do it. like, I'm being honest. I've been watching a lot of nice guy, nice girl reaction videos lately, and I've also just read those particular subreddits myself. They are not nice places to go. They are not nice places to go whatsoever. That is a mental health hazard and a half. Just don't do it. Even if it's not perfect. Relationships are never perfect, right? They're a constant work in progress. You know, hold on to that. You know, don't compel yourself to stay, but don't necessarily try to, like, I wouldn't necessarily leave just because one tiny thing is going wrong. Communicate with each other. Try to make the relationship work if it is reasonable to do so. Okay. Like this, then? Is it like the simplest trick in the book? Hey there, Rasby. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirits. Hope you enjoy your stay. I hope... What the hell, game? I've been shoving it in that hole, or in similar holes, for like 15 minutes. Whatever. Yes, I'm a garbage truck. I didn't expect to join and that's the first thing you hear. That's fair. I meant it as an analogy, and I watched a, like, self-help video, like, years ago. This was, like, at least 6 or 7 years ago. And I heard someone, I watched this person explain that humans are, emotionally speaking, like garbage trucks. We carry a whole lot of stress with us throughout the day and stuff. Was that also the last self-help video you watched? No. I've watched some of the stuff you've linked me more recently as an example. Like the whole the avoidant personality type and everything. I have watched that. So no, not the last one. But this particular one that I'm referring to is profound. Because I found at the time that it made a lot of sense. I would routinely have people come and explode. And by explode, I mean they would dump their, like, emotional stress. Their, like, mental stress onto me. I need to find where the next Korok seed is, and it's not until this up here, somewhere around here. Let's put a pin on it. Talking about garbage and dumping, one of your cats brought you a rat, and unlike the other tens or hundreds of rats over the years, this one is the most graphic rat. Oh, did they eviscerate it? Like open? What was it mangled? I mean, lethal cat, right? Good job to the cat. So sorry you had to see that. That's rough. I bet you had real fun, in air quotes, disposing of the corpse. I remember... I mean, that's what I was avoiding to talk about, but yeah, it's the most brutal evisceration. And it was still in front... It's still in front of your door. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Just in case. Yeah, and it's still... Oh, it's still in front of... That's fair. That's certainly fair. You know, the turkey buzzards or vultures will certainly get it. Or, you know, similar birds of prey. They'll eat that right up. That's the hope anyway. You know, nature has built-in ways of cleaning garbage. Garbage, detritus, organic waste. And it would be a shame if we didn't... allow nature to act the way it's supposed to. Also, I don't blame you for not wanting to touch corpses. I remember as a kid, I used to be a Boy Scout, Boy Scouts of America. Now it's called Scouting America, of course, and it is not a Boy Scouts organization anymore. They're still the Girl Scouts. It's just Scouting America instead. Anyway, one of the times that I was going out and selling popcorn, because for girls it was cookies, for boys it was popcorn, always was, I happened to notice a pigeon out on the road, and when I looked at said pigeon, it looked at me and then got ran over by a truck. Got ran over by a semi. And then it just, yeah, it's very graphic. Not going to describe it. Just watching an animal get crushed as a young, like, barely preteen boy. You see some shit, is all I'm going to say. Oh my god. So I know what that's like. Also, I'm pretty sure I watched a dog get pancaked by a truck. A preteen boy. Yep, I was a preteen snake. I'm a man serpent from Elden Ring. You never know if you never know. Be careful around me. I might have a shotel in my pocket. And it's definitely not happy to see anyone. Or, you know, I'll spit poison at you. Anyway, I'm carrying on the joke too much. My point is, I know what that's like. It's gross. I saw it happen, but my dad was definitely the one to, you know, go out there and shovel the corpse. And I'm sure that was not a fun activity for him either. You've seen very brutal shit with rats. You once saw your cat eat the tiny legs of a rat and then watched it crawl and struggle, and like 4 or 5 cats gathered just to watch it struggle. Oh my god, that's so metal. It's so gross, but it's like so metal. It's like it's like watching an insect just finally stop twitching. Like you cut it in half or whatever, and the legs are still moving. And you almost watch it with a sick, grotesque fascination as the last bits of twitching just stop for a while, and you return a day later, and the twitching occasionally still happens. Seeing that shit with mammals is wild. I don't even know what stands out more, the actual effing event or your reaction to it. My reaction to, I mean, I was horrified. I was wide-eyed when we're talking about the pigeon here, I think. If it's the pigeon, yeah, I was wide-eyed. I just stood frozen for like a whole minute or like even a minute and a half. If you meant the rats, the legless rat, oh, and then I went into the whole thing about, you know, insects twitching. Yeah, it's like, I've seen it. And I'm commenting on the behavior between what we do sometimes as humans when we watch stuff just wriggle about and squirm, and the 4 or 5 cats all gathering to watch this rat breathe its last breath. Metal shit is what I got to say to that. Yeah, cats are freaking savage sometimes. It's even funnier you didn't know I was referring to that. I like half knew, but we were already talking about a couple of different things, and so I kind of, like in my mind, I sort of mixed up some stuff we were talking about, but I had an idea. I'm gonna go kill this guardian real quick. It shouldn't take me too terribly long, but I will need to focus for like a hot second while I do it. Come on, Mr. Guardian. I'm right here. Let me go ahead and get the stasis ready. Hold on. I need an ancient arrow. Nope, that's close. Hitting the eye is like a one-shot kill. It's supposed to be. If I can get the drop on them, it's fine. If I can't get the drop on them, then we have to fight them normally, and then that's kind of a big stinker. It's always better to not have to fight those guardians. If once you get the ability to get ancient arrows, you definitely want to try to limit all-out brawls as much as humanly possible. Playing GT at the same time, so slower responses, that's totally fine. Really, Lizalthos? Whatever. Drop the weapon. Okay. Wow, nice golf swing there, mister. Alright. Once a close friend was driving me to work, we saw a black cat try to pass the road and it didn't go great. Yep. Anytime there's a vehicle, man, it's just something you gotta live with. Seeing dead animals. You saw it visually fumble in front of us. Not only that, but it was specifically driven over by a van that was your own company's van. Yikes. Were you the only one, like, shaken up by that? Or did, you know, other people see that and also get shaken up by that? You know what we all say about shared experiences? There were many cats. Popular road. Your friend was also traumatized. I mean, yeah, there we go. Yikes. Yeah, animal deaths live with you forever. Especially if they're traumatic like that. You'll never forget the way it jumped into the air and rotated and all that. Man, industrialization is bad for pets. Just gonna say it. Make sure I've got the right arrows switched. You thought you were gonna get me with a laser, Sir Guardian. I don't think so. So yes, if you guys want to bum rush a column, to get the ancient arrows, I don't blame you. Be aware you will have to kill some guardians the normal way before you do that. But if you're like, man, I just can't chuff the parrying, I can't, you know, I don't want to break through 3 weapons trying to, like, break all the legs, just to make them stationary so I can kill them and then burn through 30 freaking arrows to do it. The ancient arrows are your best friend. And honestly, if that's what you intend to do, then you want to visit as many merchants as possible. And that means you got to make money. And you know the best way of making money? Mining. Hammering rocks. Pounding sand. Making glass. Kicking ass. Taking names. Okay, the joke has gone on too long. But still. Point is, go, I don't blame you if that's your course of action, and here's the best bits of advice I could give you if you're going to do that. Just be prepared. You still have to learn how to chuff it up with the guardians every so often. Yeah, the pets should receive a bigger share of the profits. I'll say, I mean, hell, one town in the U.S. has a cat as its mayor. A literal cat. And you know what? That's the most regulated town ever. Best town ever in existence. Because nobody has to be in freaking politics. The cat just sits there and looks pretty. While the town is like, well, you know, we don't have any local laws, but we do have the state laws, so we'll just follow those. I would pay money to have me narrate a video game whisperer and tell me, you know the best way of making money? And you know the best way of making money, whilst inviting me to a heist or something. Maybe I'll whip that one out if we ever play Thief, Raspy. If I ever have the chance to play a Thief game, I will hold on to that sentence for you. And then find something ironic I can do with it, somehow. The first time you said it earlier was the best shit. I know, and now I can't replicate it. Sadness. Such is my life when it comes to, sorry, I didn't get a great opportunity to muffle the mic there. Such is how it goes with me. This is why if I don't write a script, I almost can never say the exact same thing twice. Because I've been trained on a personal level and an academic level to not say the same thing twice. Plus, I feel like it's kind of a TISM thing for me, but I'm not 100% sure about that. It sounded like this excited, perhaps egomaniac friend that doesn't care about anything, but is willing to share with you. Oh, hello, game. Yes, I don't want to get shot, thank you. I don't want to get hit with lightning, thank you. The Secrets of Mordor or something, but you first have to commit to a big planned thing. Yeah, it does sound like that, doesn't it? Okay, where are these other flowers, though? That is a long... I forgot about this. Yeah, we need to find the second flower. The pair of flowers. Or can literally be staring me right in the face. Never mind. Yeah, and here's a tip for voice acting and impressions. Don't focus on the words. Focus on the mood, the vibe. And then just say the words as if you were that character. My Godfather impression was really shit until I focused on being Godfather and saying words normally instead of focused. Just saying words a particular way. Yeah, it's something I definitely have been trying to like get better at in small doses, but I'm also not a method or an impression actor either. I'm not necessarily looking to go attend one of what's his name, Joey Zija's. Hold, let me find the name. I don't want to mangle that any more than I already have. Dude, goatee, kind of in his mid-40s. You might know what I'm talking about. Always advertising the voice acting classes. That one. No, it's Joe Zija. Okay, I don't know why I said Joey. It's Joe Zija. He's an American voice actor who has voice acted lots of stuff. If I get back to streaming, you'll put a redeem for the Godfather impression. Good idea. Make it expensive. You don't want to be doing the Godfather impression for 5 or 10 minutes every single moment of the stream. Your vocal cords will kill you for it. 4 days ago, you spent just 30 minutes practicing such an impression. You created a scenario and everything, practiced the mouth shape, the voice tone, and the hand movements. One of the other things, and I guess maybe not a whole bunch of people know about this, but I can kind of make popping noises just arbitrarily with my own jaw. Let me see if I can't do it here. It's kind of hard to... it's kind of hard to like demonstrate that, but I can just make that popping sound on command. Everyone thinks I'm chewing, but no, that's literally one of the processes in my bones, or one of the discs that connect a portion of my jaw. Both sides of my jaw do it. They make that noise. Everyone always gets mad at me for chewing super loud. Not too many people know that it's something with the facial structure, something with my face, not me chewing. Giga Chad coin mewing Kappa. It's 2 to 3 minutes, and you want to do it and limit it twice per stream or something. Yes, that's a very good idea. So, for example, some of the more disruptive streams are stream redemptions, like the in my channel points, watch me suck horribly at reading, has like a limit of twice per stream. Let me go back and actually look at the stuff in Firebot for a minute. Oh, no, no, no. Actually, that does not have a limit. That has a it has a 1 hour cooldown between redemptions. What the fox didn't say, like making me not say certain words for like 5 minutes. That has like a limit of like 3 per stream or something like that. So yeah, definitely have a limit on the Godfather voice. Your vocal cords hurt after the 30 minutes. You got to give it up to the voice actors, right? I'm sure everyone asks, how does Matt Mercer do it? How does, you know, Yuri Lowenthal or Tara Platt make the voices that they make? How does Laura Bailey go through a number of ranges? Or especially for those that want to Google, her name is Lainey Minella. She is like a 76-year-old, 78-year-old, 80-year-old lady. She's one of those. I'm not sure. All I know is that she is an old blonde lady, and she can have voices ranging from frickin' Lucas and Morton in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate to Ivy Valentine, or in Soul Calibur, or screeching harpies in the original God of War games. Like that's what she did. She voiced some of the harpies. I know that for certain. I remember reading one of her written interviews that she did. It's high noon. McCree, or whatever his new name is now, because the guy the character was named after was either a rapist or someone who was definitely a misogynist. I forget the exact reasoning the name changed, but yeah, that voice. I know that's a Matt Mercer special and everything. Yeah, voice actors probably do exercises every day. Cassidy? Yes, Cassidy. That's the new name, right? It might be McCreary. I'm thinking, hang on. If I'm gonna talk about the old name, I better, and in relation to the new name, I better be aware of who I'm referring to. It's an Overwatch character. I don't know if you were talking about... You might have been talking about the film. No? Okay. It could have been... It might be secretly both. Who knows? Because I want to make sure I'm getting this correct. You pop heads with him so much. I hear that's a really common thing people do with Cassidy, is do that. Yes. Of course, classic Blizzard. The character, McCree, was renamed Cole Cassidy due to a lawsuit and allegations of sexual harassment and toxic work environment at Activision Blizzard. Of course this is the reason it got a name change. The character's original name was chosen after a real-life Blizzard developer who was later fired for allegedly engaging in inappropriate behavior. Yeah, because that totally fixes Blizzard's environment. Toxic environment. Oh, yes. I almost got struck by lightning there. Not good. Allegedly, right? Because you can't ever just say things, like, in truth now. It's always got to be alleged to keep the corporate sponsorship dollars. Yep. Well, sure doesn't fix it, but it's a step toward it. It is. I don't want to devalue that. I don't mean that changing the name wasn't a good move. What I'm lambasting more of is that Blizzard devs have this bad habit of changing a name or removing something and hope that the social stigma of them having a toxic work environment goes away. And that is not at all what the change is supposed to do. That's not what the change is for. An example of this is all the World of Warcraft jokes. There were a lot of them that got removed for that exact reason. It was done in response to more protests about Blizzard's toxic work environment back when Bobby Kotick was a CEO and like upper management. Which it's fine to remove the jokes because they were salacious. It was fine to remove the jokes because they were offensive. But do it for that reason and not for social internet points. You know, it's about, you make the move to rename things like that because it's genuine. It's supposed to be genuine. It's not supposed to be to serve a purpose, which is what a lot of people often accuse the Activision Blizzard devs of doing, and I agree with it. They've been called out for this before. And Blizzard always ties themselves in knots to try to explain why they made the change the way they changed it. Some things, like the McCree to Cole Cassidy name change, make sense. Some things, like removing of jokes that didn't really cross the threshold or anything, it make much less sense. Happy you don't work there? Yeah, I can't imagine any rank and file Blizzard employee being happy with management. Especially the women. Like, women and AFAB people. Thank you very much for the follow. We keep follows anonymous around here. But good to see you. Hope you enjoy your stay, and please enjoy the free emotes that come along with the follow. Much appreciated. And I'll do my best to continue to entertain for you and everything. If people are wondering what I'm doing, I am getting to as high a point as I reasonably can without fluffing it up. And we're gonna go deal with the maze. I think it's about time we handled this. Yeah, I think it's about time we handled it. Plus, it's part of the thumbnail namesake. And I want to make sure we're, you know, going by what's on the thumbnail. Because I have, you know, in the past, not operated by what it said the thumbnail should be. And people got upset. So let's not do that. As you guys can see, that is our goal. That little shrine back there is our goal. Oh damn, latest coin controversy. I know. The worst thing that people can say about me, I suppose, is that, you know, I consider myself a politically charged but neutral person, and you know, sometimes I don't do what the thumbnail says or something like that. It's stuff that average people might, you know, run afoul of sometimes. With a thumbnail of you, but like upset. I can provide you a facial picture if you want. If you really want to do that as like a joke or whatever. But we could sort that in private later. Happy Easter. Thank you so much for coming in, ATB. I really appreciate it. Please enjoy the follow. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. And yes, happy Easter to you too. Happy Easter to anybody who celebrates. But otherwise, happy, joyous spring to people who don't. Or, you know, happy holidays to the people who, you know, have a holiday equivalent to Easter. I'm trying to think of an equivalent. I'm struggling to think of an equivalent. But gonna make your channel blow up by making it so funny that it's irrelevant, that people who don't know you don't know who you are, but that you get exposed. Weird. Okay. Or bait people who just like seeing exposings even to people who know nothing about. Yeah, some people live for drama. I won't lie. Some people do live for drama, and that's kind of sad. But that's kind of how things go. Appreciate you streaming today. It's great. Thank you. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. I'll do my best to keep entertaining, of course. So I'll probably go another 5 minutes, and then I'll have to take an ad break. But it's mostly to fill up on drink. It's apple juice today, and it'll be water pretty soon. But I'm glad to hear that your day is overall well. Going well. Excuse me. We are, for those who are just coming in, or for people who are kind of like, hey, I don't know what the stream's about. We are working toward fully completing Breath of the Wild. We have probably 740 something seeds at this point. If I warp back to the Kala Tech Lab, I'll be able to get an accurate count and everything. But what was I saying? I'm totally blanking. Right. We are working on fully completing the game. And that means all the Koroks, all the shrines, all of the armor and armor set effects, all the sets of armor, that we've at least seen all the weapons, we've filled the Hyrule Compendium, we've gotten the ending, the better ending, and so on. That's our goals, to just see everything the game has to offer. And today's episode is mostly just go through a call and grab all the Korok seeds, because there's like 136 in here. If I remember my if I remember the reading correctly that I did for a call up. But yeah, that's in large part what we're doing today, ATB. The most controversial thing, Rasby says, that I've done was having a slightly lower DPH, SPH in some streams than others. Disclaimers per hour or sorries per hour. Yeah, controversial. Wow. Coinstamp, have you seen the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom 2, Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 2, and what do I think of that? I'm glad you asked. I think it's a cash grab. First off, the console, the Switch 2, that, whatever. $450 prior to tariffs, or something like that. That's fine. That's about the price of a console these days. Give or take like $50 or $75 in a particular direction. That's not the worst thing. The $80, $90 games is like a whole separate can of worms. Not a fan of that. It's definitely we would like to make less physical games, please, so buy digital. Not happy. And then in terms of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for Switch 2, you know, I'm happy that the games are getting a re-release. I do think they're good games. I do think that they're worth a re-release. I don't like that they're adding new features on top. It sounds like I don't like re-releases or remakes then, and that's not true. I don't know. It's not so much that I dislike the game, it coming on Switch 2. It's that I dislike the way things are all playing out. I dislike the fact that there are apps for that, and the only way that you get the DLC in those games is by being a Plus member for Nintendo and having a Nintendo membership. It's a mess, I guess, is my understanding of it. It's the best way I know to simplify what I'm trying to say. It's a mess. I don't like that it's a mess. I hate that this is the way Nintendo is doing things. Is it the scummiest practice ever? No. No, it's not. Sony and Microsoft have done way worse. Individual development studios for games have done way worse. but this is still bad. We don't have to defend Nintendo. We don't have to admonish them, but we don't have to sit there and excuse the bad practice because, oh, other companies do worse. It's all bad. Agree. From my understanding, if you own the games and have the Switch expansion pass, it's all free. I could be wrong, but I thought they looked so much better. The games do look better on the Switch too. Graphically, you are getting your money's worth if you buy the Switch 2 version. It stinks for people who don't have the Switch 1. It stinks for it stinks for the people that do have a Switch 1. Because it's the equivalent of, I mentioned this the last time this type of question came up. It's similar to Bethesda reselling Skyrim 3 times. You had the OG port of Skyrim, then you had the Legendary Edition, which was the second port, and then you had the Anniversary Edition, which was the third port. And it was like a $20 expansion pass on top of the same game, or it was also sold as a separate game. Like, what? WTF? It's just a way of squeezing money out of people. That's the way it reads to me. And in case of Bethesda, what did we get for being squeezed 3 times of buying the same game over and over? We got a shitty Starfield as our reward. That sounds funny out of context, but we got a pretty crappy game in return for all of that fundraising Todd Howard did. So this feels the same, even if the net outcome is different. You see what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. Rasby says, wait, I just came back. What's the deal with the Switch 2? So, for the Nintendo Directs and in regard to the Switch 2, prior to like the US tariffs, like changing the price of games, Doug Bowser, the CEO for Nintendo of America, that's the American branch of the Japanese Nintendo company, came out and said some things about the costs of the console and like, wait, Bowser, that dinosaur thingy? Not the Yoshi, but the big creature with the red mane of hair, the horns, and a shell on its back. Yeah, that kind of Bowser. That kind of dinosaur thing. Doug Bowser said that the console is going to be around $450, which was it's way more expensive than a Nintendo console has ever been before. I think a Wii was like $300. So like a 50% jump in price is. Wait, how much? $450 US. Let me write that out for people. But the more controversial thing was not actually the cost of the console, it was the cost of the games. Nintendo is doing something with the cost of games that is, you really thought that Microsoft or Sony would have done it first. And that is, digital games are $80. Physical games are $90, 90 US dollars. Translate, calculate however much that's supposed to be in other currencies. It's still ludicrous. I get it. Like, the cost of producing physical stuff is not exactly cheap. And, compiling data is just cheaper. Ooh, there's actually some new information. Okay, let me read all this, and then I'll kind of go back to what I was saying with that information in mind. ATV 1990 says, okay, that makes perfect sense. I see how, like, Call of Duty does all this with a season pass. And then with stuff like Madden getting the Ultimate Team, I just kind of became a Nintendo gamer because you don't understand why you should have to pay $120 for a football game with all the DLC. I think Nintendo should be careful going down this path. DLC in games is kind of whatever. Again, you can thank Bethesda. It all started with the damn horse armor. It's always Bethesda, damn it, with the horse armor. It's always the horse armor. Can't Bethesda stop being a whipping boy for 5 seconds? Okay. The putting the accent to it, or like the voice to it, is kind of just me being emphatic, being serious. Companies have done this for a while. Nintendo was just kind of one of the last ones to hop onto the bandwagon, you know, as the old, like, design teams and dev people die out and are replaced with new minds that are used to the idea of DLC and games as a service. Nintendo was moving more towards this, like, path. Nintendo was always moving toward this path. It just took a lot longer because the old values took a lot longer to die out and be replaced with the new corporate management methods. Correct. Okay, and then ATB, you go on to say that's just Mario Kart. Oh, is that price specifically Mario Kart? Why? So is it 80 or is it 90? That's even worse. Like, Doug Bowser, if you're listening, I doubt you are because I'm kind of a nobody. But if you are, what the hell? Please communicate carefully with your audience. Is it 80 or is it 90? Or is it some other godforsaken price? Please just explain. But they have the right to do that, Brasby says. Well, it is their product, right? They can do it. They're responding to market trends. And, you know, again, all this is like pre-tariffs. So, like, the things like the cost of turning silicon and other metals into discs, as well as all the electronic processing required to make a disc read data. Yeah, that's not cheap. That does cost money. Okay, fine. But at some point, stuff just gets to be too expensive, man. At some point, a line has to be drawn. Let me just say, video gaming is becoming a more expensive hobby. I certainly don't blame people for falling off the wagon, myself included. I have not made a new game purchase in quite a while, like months, just because of how expensive it is. And my income can't keep up. It can't keep up. You have to play the freemium games if you want to keep up. And at least with those, stuff like MOBAs and MMOs where you can buy currency and then play the auction house is kind of what everyone's doing lately. Maybe. I might be more tempted to play Smite first, but that's fair. ATB then says, I have no idea where it started. It started with an NES as a kid and then a Genesis. You're old. That's fair. Speaking of, just to kind of like get a sense of my audience, and I always like to assess how familiar people are with the game being played. ATB, how familiar are you with Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and all that? Are you new to the series, or new to this sort of game, or are you an old veteran? I'm just curious. Don't feel compelled to answer that either. Rasby then goes on to say, F Mario Karts, it seems, and then we get into the HOTS and stuff. It's free and you can play your favorite, Kael'thas. My favorite is Jaina Proudmoore, but, you know, I'm a mage by heart, so Kael'thas ain't a favorite, but I'll play Kael'thas because that's what I'm good at. That's fine. You already have a North American count? You play with a friend from America? I'll think about it. I'll certainly think about it. If we ever do any multiplayer stuff on the stream, you know, I'll definitely think about it. ATB then says, I think they're testing charging 80 per game, and they know people will buy Mario Kart. Yep. That totally said Kael'thas instead of Jaina. Coin will remember that. I know what you said. You did say Kael'thas. It's just I did also say in that same conversation, Jaina was like the mage that I played. Quick time event. Okay. Coin will not play HOTS. That's fine. Look, I'm not exactly the biggest Blizzard enthusiast like I used to be. But that's more of a... Coin has a lot of personal baggage from Blizzard games that he's talked about before, but doesn't want to repeatedly talk about it. It does get protracted. Let me finish reading the sentence. This same argument occurred with Tears of the Kingdom being $70, but there was no way you weren't buying that game regardless of the price. Fair. You know, everybody has certain hills upon which they're willing to stand, or certain hills upon which they're willing to die. That's completely fair. You've played every Zelda game from Zelda 1 onward, Zelda 2, but when you were 8, Ocarina of Time came out, and you fell in love with Zelda. Oh my goodness. Wow. So, you're quite the veteran of the series then. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm not surprised that Ocarina of Time made you fall in love with, like, the series. A lot of people did that. For me, that didn't really happen until Twilight Princess, but by far, the game that really had me, like, had its hooks into me way more was Skyward Sword. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Skyward Sword is by far my favorite game. Yes, I know, hot take, trash take, L take. I know the gameplay of the original port wasn't the best, but I enjoyed the story, gosh darn it. I do have nostalgia bias, but I am unafraid to admit that as well. It was a game that resonated with me and really stuck with me as a teenager. I never quite got enough of Skyward Sword. I still have the game case on my display rack. When I get the trundle bed out of my office, maybe I'll make the triangle bigger so people can actually see the display case behind me. Because boy, oh boy, wouldn't that be cool. Rasby then says, I'm more of a rain kind of guy, but Blizzard's work too. I mean, that's fair. Okay, well, Coinstamp, I encourage you to watch the fan-made series by Major Link if you hadn't already. Oh, that's a YouTube thing, right? Let me write that down. It connects Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword. Ooh, then yeah, I'm definitely quite a fan because I like all three. I do like all three, and Ocarina of Time's mostly a nostalgia thing for me at this point. I'm a much older person, but I recognize it as the cult classic that it is. There's a reason why a lot of people started playing at Ocarina of Time. It's just where the fan base is. Go ahead and write that down. Major Link series. I'm not a spry young chicken. It's the Zelda movie. I don't know how the movie coming out beats this. Don't know. I'm normally not a movie-going type. Not gonna lie, but I make exceptions for things I like. I do make exceptions. Last time I watched a movie, though, it was of Gods and Men with Christian Bale in it. And it was a retelling of the story of Moses. So my movie tastes are fairly eclectic for a person. I've written that down, so I will definitely check that out. Thank you so much. It's that good. You're a lore enthusiast and this guy misses no details. I will definitely give it a check out then, because I do love me some lore. I'm not like a Hyrule Historia enthusiast or anything, But I do appreciate all of the deep interwoven writing that does exist in the whole franchise, and connecting those things is not an easy task. Rasby then says, you wish you had the time to look at lore stuff again? Well, that would require you not working. And I don't recommend you do that. I recommend you being able to live more than that. But maybe at some point, you know, your free time will loosen up to look at lore. And nor having uni, you have 1 month left. Good luck. I hope you don't need that luck for uni, but good luck regardless. We all have to make that money. Too true. Too true. I am way overdue for a break, and the pre-roll by no shadow of a doubt will have come back at this point, so I am going to go ahead and take a break. For those that are new here, I generally run 3-minute breaks with 3 minutes worth of ads. It's the best way I know to get pre-roll, and also the 3 minutes of ads are so that I can get up and go actually stretch, because I gotta bat away the DVT somehow. No, I don't have deep vein thrombosis, but we gotta keep that from happening, if at all humanly possible. So I definitely encourage people to get up, grab a snack, you know, take a stretch break for themselves, and so on. I do thank you guys for hanging out with me today. And there will be a timer. So the intermission screen has a timer. It's kind of an automated process and everything. So I should be back when that timer comes back. I'll see you guys after the ad break, and thank you so much for hanging out today. Much appreciated. I am back. So sorry about that. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break. I know it ain't the ads. We all hate those. What did I miss? Hello. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I happened to be away from my desk when I missed this. I am so sorry. ATB, thank you so much for gifting a gift sub in the chat today. I really appreciate it. What I typically do for this is I'll flick back to this screen for a second. So I have a little plaque here, and I put the names of people who have made subscriptions or one-off donations on these plaques. I read them out pretty much at the start of every stream, so I will remember to put your name on said plaque for if you happen to be in next time. It's my way of saying thank you. It's think of it kind of like the typical Patreon readouts that content creators do at the beginning or ends of streams. That's typically the way I like to handle it. I update that pretty much every month. Watched you twice now. Thank you for being willing to take a chance on me. I really appreciate it. I've been doing this a long time, but I don't feel like I've really picked up any steam until this year. The most turbulent of all years across the globe so far. Yeah, I'm just floored. Thank you. Or there we go, increasing the SPH, Raspy says. Yeah. It's really Pog? It is Pog. It is absolutely Pog. I wonder what made you be more popular. You know what? That's a good question, Raspy. And it's not something I have an easy answer for. Maybe it's the, I bumped into, because I know things started picking up a little bit with Axel. But then, I bumped into Milscootin on YouTube. It happened there. I don't want to use an ancient arrow, thank you. And then it happened again, when I met, who was it? Brightwell. When I met Andrew Brightwell on YouTube, and he came over to Twitch and did that, I got another nice little surge in popularity. I also have to thank Devious Grace as well, because she has been putting out a little bit of like cover for me on Instagram and places that I don't typically post. So there's that as well. It seems like luck, if anything, more than anything else. Did listening to mental health rants have any impact on that? I don't know. Devious Grace has been doing lobbying, gifting sub to everyone so they stay, Kappa. I mean, not having to deal with ads is a pretty good way of having, like, audience retention. Of course, talking about it tends to make people lose retention, but that's, something else altogether. Brightwell is a huge Zelda nerd, told me to watch you. I'll have to thank Brightwell the next time he shows up. And and Raspy, this is like kind of the piece of the puzzle you maybe were not quite... Hello, you who have reached this point. Proceed onward through the maze, and you will receive a reward. I had a stream at like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna get that Guardian out of here, and like get up so the Guardian doesn't like even notice us. Getting up on top of the maze is a good way to cheat at it, by the way, if anyone's wondering. If I hadn't had that midnight stream, that like late morning stream, I would not have met Brightwell. I'm thankful. He works nights, best bud, loves to find streamers at night. I'm East Coast too. It's real funny. So I do my reading, right? And I hate getting into the meta conversation, but it's kind of where it's gone so far. You guys just let me know if the conversation gets boorish. Like very boorish. But I do the reading because I make content. I make content for YouTube. I make content for Twitch. I'm always doing research. I'm always looking at what times people are generally streaming. As long as you give us a piece of the Illuminati, you're fine. You might get it by virtue of me talking about this stuff anyway. So there you go, if that was what you wanted. And one of the stories that I was told to look into was a man by the name of Kai Cenat. Well, that is his name, I should say. And when he was cultivating his audience, you know, he streamed to the American audience after getting off from work. So I was like, okay, I'm an American person. I'm on the East Coast. I'm generally a night owl. I stream in the evenings. So I opted to pick that time. Nothing. And of course, you know, I'm not obligated to anyone's attention or anything. But it's like, okay, clearly I should, you know, if people are reporting success, I should see some at some point, right? Nothing. Then circumstances forced me to move to the current time slots that I have now, which is like 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I get some success. I accidentally have to stream at, you know, the crack of dawn a few times, and I get more progress than ever before than anything I've ever planned to do. Do you know how simultaneously overjoyed and frustrated I feel? You could do all the research in the world, but I guess when it comes to content creation, nothing mitigates the luck factor, right? And I just want to say, you know, you guys are not numbers to me. You guys will never be numbers to me. I'm extremely thankful at all for any amount of engagement, whether it's people sitting here watching me in the background, or, you know, just hearing my voice, or like what Razby and ATB and so many others do now when, you know, I get actual interaction. I live for that stuff. Just any amount of presence at all is I'm floored by. I'm impressed by. But it's all kind of luck. Like, the common thread is just I did something, I bumped into people I don't normally bump into, and then things happen. Wow, that is so anticlimactic. If you want to experience the maze in full, like, at its full capacity, I don't recommend using Rivali's Gale to kind of cheat the maze. At all. Like, at all. But if you don't want to waste time meandering through a maze, it's one of the best things you could be doing. Straight up. So, talk about as if you're having 100,000 views per video or something. I'm thankful for people on YouTube, too. I have 83 subscribers now, which is more than I had a year and some odd months ago. I had like 5 or 10. I'm thankful. Each and every one of you has been a blessing on this channel. And, oh, hello, a helmet once worn by the warriors of an ancient warlike tribe from the Farron region. Yeah, I've already read that sentence. Wearing it draws out your inner animal, increasing your strength and battle prowess. Do we have the full set? I think I'm missing... Yeah, I'm missing the helmet. Got the helm, the leg rest. No, we have the helmet. I just picked that up. I'm missing the chest piece, if anything. Okay, but we'll pick that up at some point, I'm quite sure. There's no reason to panic and go out and try to get it super early. There's nothing better than a streamer that interacts. You've become a friend immediately? Aw, thank you. I much appreciate that. Just hang in there. I am. You've got my word on that one. You're on the right path? I'd like to think so. Also, you know nothing about streaming, but the content is great. For those who kind of want to know a bit more about what kind of content I usually make, right? Because I don't always stream Legend of Zelda. You guys can look through my VOD history on my main channel, main YouTube channel, youtube.com/coinstamp. Same name and everything. I don't only play Legend of Zelda. I've played Steel Rising, Lies of P, Elden Ring. I'm an RPG action gamer enthusiast that also plays action adventure like platformers, which Legend of Zelda is an action adventure game with RPG elements thrown in, like the heavy storytelling. It should always be Zelda. I mean, that is the risk you take by streaming a variety of games, right? Is you'll have people that are bummed that you're not streaming their favorite game franchise. That was a very anticlimactic trip. Back to the tech lab, because we got stuff we got to get done. One Korok seed at a time. You think this is a hidden neurodivergent stronghold? Nintendo is a neurodivergent stronghold. Like absolutely. People who have autism, ADHD, and so on. Nintendo is like a very child-friendly. Oh, you meant me personally? Maybe. I don't know. I don't like to think of it that way, but you're right. The pattern shows itself to perhaps be true on average more often than not. I know, what a non-committal sentence, but I like to think that Nintendo is just a generally child-friendly company. I do see it as a good thing. I do. It's just you have to be careful how much you talk about the neurodivergence, or like which places are neurodivergent, like stronghold / gathering places, and which aren't. Because the more you talk about that, and like the more you point it out, the more people get suspicious, like, that seems kind of sus. Why are we talking about neurodivergence this heavily? Why are we talking about people of X or Y type gathering in this place? Yeah, if we don't have a good reason for that, I might think it's a little sus. Even just a little bit. Not that much, but a little. It's the meta conversation again. Meta level conversations always creep their tendrils into these sorts of conversations. I think that you offer a friendly voice playing a game, which isn't that common in streams. Nice. I got stabbed by a moblin, skull moblin. There's something here for sure. Just need to get you more subs. More people for sure, but I want to be able to say I've earned it. And, you know, the best thing I think anyone could do to help me, if they feel like it, is just do what you did do what Brightwell did, and just keep mentioning my name to people. That's really the biggest ask I have. I don't need people to go out and glaze my presence on social media. I don't need people to throw money at me, although money is always nice. I will never not say no to money. Good money. This is good money, by the way. Not bad money. Say no to bad money, because it's morally compromising or whatever. But, trying to think. It's just, word of mouth is a very powerful driver in both marketing and presence. It's just one of the biggest, best things you can be doing, is just word of mouth. And of course, leaving a good impression. But the good impression part, and a large part of the social marketing, is on yours truly. I don't expect anyone to help me out with that at all. That's a me thing. All I want you guys to be here for is hopefully the good times. And if you're interested in seeing a game to full completion, you want to see the ins and outs of the game and how it works and what perhaps some of the behind-the-scenes stuff is, you know, I want people to be here for that. And the meta-level stuff is just, you know, sometimes we talk about it because I think there are ways to talk about things like your audience or the presence of like of general streaming practices without being disingenuous about it. You know, there's a way to go about it where the advice of don't talk about this stuff, you're driving away viewers. There is conventional wisdom that you should follow, and then if you know what you're doing, you can go above that to do something better. And thank you. I appreciate the compliments. I really do. I mean, Brasby says, a place being friendly to a group of people is a positive thing. I agree with that. I guess I'm just being uberly cautious. I do make jokes a lot and not get serious, but thank you. I appreciate the compliments, guys. And I'm definitely the person, I'll just go ahead and say it, because it's something about me I think people should know. I get to be a chatterbox a lot. I know I'm here playing the game and everything, but I have a bad habit of not playing the game and talking at the same time. I'm bad at multitasking. I'm supremely bad at it. If I wanted to, I could be a just chatting streamer all day long. That would be like the thing I could do, is just talk at people for 4 hours. I could do it. I get charged off that. I get more juice than anyone has ever seen ever before by me talking to people. Let me go ahead and mark a seed here and keep playing. Case in point, Andy was right. Oh, Andy gave some compliments. I appreciate Andy's compliments as well. I appreciate anyone's compliments. Compliments are just good things to say. Oh, you haven't noticed? Everyone notices. My sibling, who comes here sometimes, will often spit out a command like this one, which I'm not going to do, but I wanted, not a command, channel point redemption. This is just for demonstration purposes.
I'll destroy you!
If my sibling wants me to shh for like 5 minutes and play the game, then they'll do that as well. That's what makes it so great and authentic. I appreciate that. I really do. I guess that's my most authentic self, is just, I'm someone who admits my shortcomings. I know I'm not the best at talking and gaming, and I've done this streaming thing. Let's see, I started in 2017, took a break in 2020, came back in 2020. Hello, energetic Rhino Beetle. Came back in 22 and have been streaming ever since. So I've been doing this a long time, and I have not gotten any better at multitasking. I have gotten worse, if anyone can believe that. I guess it's maybe not totally true, right? And I guess that, this is a question I can ask people, because I think it's a good conversation that we could have. Where do you guys, gals and non-binary people, fall on the spectrum of multitasking? Great at it? Bad at it? Meh? Contextual? And I never ask the audience a question I don't answer myself, though I have been answering it the whole time. If it's like something autonomic or something that's small and subtle. I used to be a World of Warcraft raider. That was something I did years ago. I can read charts and do things while mashing keys. Like, there are lots of things that I'm subtly multitasking at, but it's engaging actively in a conversation and playing the game at the same time. That's where I really struggle. Your TLV, the Lost Vikings on the scale? Yes, I can multitask and do lots of things at once. Kind of guy. You're very good at that, Rasby. You and I have talked about that before. We are at 740 Korok seeds. There we go. Oh, I only misspelled command once. ATB 1990 says, my girlfriend reminds me every day that you're a horrible multitasker. Well, it's like, multitasking's a myth. There are people who can... There are a lot of people that can do a lot of non-attention taking tasks. Attention requiring tasks at once. Like, there are people that can probably pat their head, rub their stomach, do a bit of a jig that they've memorized, and have a conversation with someone. Like, 3 of the 4 things don't require active memory being used at once. Some of that can be muscle. It's if you start having to entertain a lot of different conversations at once, that's multitasking that most people just generally aren't good at. Like, I'm citing statistical research here. This isn't just, oh, Coin is using an example. No, this is research. But it's when you get into the territory of, oh, you're talking to someone and you're, coding at a desk. You're coding for your job at a desk, and you're eating lunch. In between doing other stuff. And or writing things down and or conducting calls. Those are instances of active and passive tasks kind of moving back and forth in the which parts of your attention are being occupied, and that's like the true test of what workplaces ask people to do when it comes to multitasking. Like, a lot. That's what they mean. Can you do those things and just rapidly shift your attention when your boss asks for it? If you can, that's great. That, hired. A lot of cases, hired. If not, okay, you're going to be yelled at the work productivity meeting. I would be the person getting yelled at the work productivity meeting, because I can't do that. If I'm talking to someone, I have a hard time just not focusing on the conversation. I'm all in on a task, usually. Coin is using an example. He is. You actually don't know if you're good at multitasking. Try, if you want to find out for dead certain, get yourself into a situation at uni or work where you gotta chat it up with 3 people talking at you about 2 different, equally important subjects at once, and see if you can keep up. If you can, think of 2 separate answers for 2 separate conversations at once. If you can do that, then you're a pretty good multitasker. You used to do battle programming. I'm doing the Stormwind Shuffle, so let me not do that either. I need to make sure I'm moving. Well, you could deal with that. You just pause it. I mean, case in point. I feel like the battle programming was like a quick aside, and then we moved back to the example for multitasking. You just pause until you can think of an answer for each. That's cool. You think through the answers in sequence, right? You think of one, and then you hold on to the answer, and you think of another one, right? Cool. What if your conversational partners were asking for an answer on the spot, and once you started talking, they were kind of expecting an answer at the same time? That and some it's definitely, I'm definitely asking a conversational impossibility. You can't do that. You have to think about things in sequence and then reply with the answers. You have to do this. The human brain is wired to do this. What I'm asking people to do is think like a Cardassian in Star Trek. Google Cardassian, Kardassion. I'm pretty sure it might be a C as well, but or C instead of a K. Google that, because that's what I'm asking. No human can do that at all. Battle programming is a term you use to describe alt-tab programming while you play a game like League in between the gaps. I have a friend who can do that. He'll be like, he'll be like making a phone call for his work, and he is someone who calls people and asks for political donations. That's his job. That's what he does. He is often playing something and making those calls all at the same time, because he can't be arsed to just sit there and make calls all day, which I totally blame. I totally can't blame him for. Because making those sorts of calls is a very soul-crushing experience. It's like being a car salesman or a door-to-door salesman. It's a very soul-crushing job. Hopefully it's phased out by some point. If they're unreasonable, you might swear at them. I mean, kudos to you for establishing boundaries. Like if you have your QA and then another dev asks you something, you keep track of both. You once played Mordhau and For Honor at the exact same time. I just alt-tab very fast in between processing both games at once. Oh, in between and processing both games at once. Okay, yep. It was one of the most fun experiences ever. You feel like you'd feel like one activity for me is sometimes not exciting enough. Wow. Yeah, that definitely feels like one of my friends, the same friend I was talking about there. He's got to be doing something. Of course, the friend also has ADHD, so he kind of has to do that or he loses focus on things. Like, it's hard for him to focus on a single task at a time. He kind of has to do the multitasking thing, quote unquote. I'd have each game on each monitor. Yeah, so you split them up 1 and 1, right? That makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, my 2 monitors are separated by not pull a bunch of wiring everywhere. My monitors are all separated by extra CPUs, so that ain't happening. But even if I could put 2 monitors with 1 CPU, I don't know what I'd use it for outside of, like, having an extra one for strictly gaming, and, the other one would be whatever the stream game is. Make sure I'm not missing anything on YouTube, because we've gone a while without having anything on it. Okay, we're good for right now. I do want to take a second and just mention the channel point redemptions again. There are plenty of press the button and get a noise effects, like happy dopamine buttons. They're all pink. They all cost 50 channel points. You get a rate of 10 every 5 minutes, and then you get extra stuff. You get extra multipliers depending on whether you're active in chat, you participate in a raid, you have a watch streak, and so on. So there are plenty of ways for you to get enough points to do some of the more expensive stuff. Who knows, maybe someday someone will save up the 10,000 points to make me not say the word I for 5 minutes, and then it'll take me an hour to do it. For me, it works either way. It's not consistent. Recently, you played HOTS while working on a uni project, but you don't imagine you've done anything insane in that amount of time. Right, it's just like, yeah, it's like the concept of just playing the game and getting an average amount of work done. That makes sense. Oh, by the way, you finally got more of your shit together? You started allocating 18 to 20 or 2 hours for uni work, so you feel no guilt to do stuff afterwards. Where is this Korok seed? It's like right here. It starts here. Oh, I haven't gone far enough is what it is. Let's fix that. Okay, is it up there? It's up there, right? That's good. I'm glad you've got your, hours sorted out so that you can do other stuff after uni work. Korok, really? Your message prompted a task swap? No problem. By the way, it's gotta be like, what, 4? No, hold on. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. It's got to be like 2 in the morning for you, isn't it, Raspy? 3 going to bed? Okay. I'm doing the friendly check-in because I know we've talked about, you know, when you want to sleep in advance. I'm trying to be polite about everything. That's all. Very well. All right, where's the next one? Tumlia Heights. If you guys want to follow along, as we're grabbing all the Korok seeds, I know it's been a while. Please feel free to type in !BOTWMAP if you want the interactive map. You can also type in !Firebot commands, all one word, FIRE, BOT, and then the word commands, all lowercase. To get access to all the commands that are publicly visible. And you can look at all of those. I also have commands going out on a timer. So if you want to, it's hard for me to focus on 2 things at once. I think it's like yeah, it's this one here. Okay. If you want to fiddle around, I do have some soundboard commands as well, in addition to the channel point redemptions. So, if you want to fiddle around with some of those things that cost overtones instead of just channel points, you can do that. I have lots of stuff for that, and if you guys want to view the commands at any point, even when I'm not streaming, because the Firebot commands won't work unless I'm streaming, feel free to join the Discord server that I've worked really hard on, you know, cobbling together and everything. I've got a channel just for the normal Firebot commands, and then I have a separate channel for the rotating soundboard commands. Hey there, Akaza. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your slice of the ocean that is our planet? And what is your familiarity with Breath of the Wild, if and you don't mind my asking? You a series veteran, or are you kind of new to the game? I've had people from all walks of gaming experience come in, both new and old, and I'm always curious as to where my audience is when it comes to, you know, the game that's on the screen display and everything. Is this a... Okay, there's more leaf piles. I just gotta find the right one. Ah, found it. Okay. There are a lot of these in Akala. Akala is one of the prettier, like, regions in Breath of the Wild. Like, if we look at the greenery here, I want you guys to notice all of the fall trees that are here. All of the trees that have orange and yellow leaves and, you know, the green grass and the rolling hills and the tall cliffs. I want people to notice that. It's quite majestic to, like, look at. It's very pretty. I have a thumbnail that's in the released thumbnails now. It's the last episode, episode number 44. The fall leaves look even better when saturated. Not gonna lie. If you guys want to see those thumbnails early, by the way, you can do what ATB did and subscribe. I have Discord-only benefits that come along with that, along with the 5 free emotes you get just for subscribing. Please enjoy those. Well, rather, Reverb Bone will get that one because that's what the community sub was for, but, you know, nonetheless, please do enjoy the benefits that come along with the Tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. And I also do long-form content on YouTube. I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. I haven't been the best when it comes to the... Why are these rocks here? There's just rocks. Why? They're not lined up for a Korok or anything. Is there like a challenge that I'm not aware of? Let's head over this way. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and save it here because there is a Lionel here. I'm gonna whip out the boss notification and then we'll take our we'll go ahead and take the last break for the stream. You can pay attention to multiple things. You're also like easily distracted at times, but well, not distracted, but can't focus. That is the classic pitfall of not being able or you know, being able to do multiple things at once, right? You can't really focus on any of them. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that trade-off. I'm just not a person that likes doing things unfocused. Like I said, you and I sit on the opposite ends of that spectrum then, huh? I feel like I can't focus if there are multiple tasks. And you feel like you can't focus or can't keep, like, mental retention when there's only one thing you're doing. I wonder, and this is just like you're mentioning the pattern again. Have you and your therapist, like, talked about, you know, like the possibility of like ADD, ADHD? Because I know with a lot of the medical research that's out there, you know, a lot of mental health conditions are comorbid, meaning if you get one, you become increasingly more likely to develop some others. So if you're normally an autist, well, over time, as your body accumulates mental and even physical stress, it becomes more likely that you might develop another condition. I'm just curious if that conversation has cropped up. But no need to share like the specifics. I'm merely curious. That's all. It's really complex. Like how you really determine this. You can multitask, like TLV, you can multitask multiple people. Yeah, I could imagine so. I'm going with my therapist next week to a psychiatrist to get an ADHD diagnosis. Nice. And maybe that will, you know, maybe there will be some good that comes out of that diagnosis. I certainly hope so, because that type of diagnosis it can come with its challenges. Like, the condition itself obviously comes with more challenges, but, like, if people ever learn of that diagnosis, it can be more disastrous than you might think. Akaza says, I love how you take note of the small details you see in this game. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do my best to try to do that, although I'm obviously not perfect, and I do have to balance the time of noticing everything with talking with people about other stuff, but I appreciate that compliment. I really do. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is a fantastic game. Is it perfect? No. Is the 100% fully completed experience kind of a drawback to the game? Maybe. The Koroks kind of hold it back. At least the number of them that exist hold them back. I think the Koroks as a concept don't necessarily hold the game back. It's the 900 of them that are there. And here's hoping that the next game after Echoes of Wisdom kind of, you know, learns from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and, like, really hashes out the Korok seeds a bit more, if that's a mechanic that's even being kept. Let me go back to Twitch, and then I'll, you know, type in the little command and we'll keep things moving. At work, sometimes you just have to do one thing and you constantly want to automate things instead. I don't know. To me, it's undetermined if you're good at multitasking or not. That's fair. Yeah, you know, we're conversating like you have all the answers, but that's not, or like we perhaps can deduce all the answers, but that's not how mental health works. You can't always deduce all the answers. You can... I feel like mental health is like assessing probability at a continuous rate all the time. And the more time you spend assessing mental health, the closer or more profoundly you can approximate the probability that you have this thing, or the probability that, you know, this condition and that condition are all comorbid and tend to be together, but you never really... It's not a perfect protracted science. It's not physics or chemistry where the interactions we have are the interactions we have. Yeah, they can play out in new, novel, interesting ways, but or you know, unless you make a discovery. With biology and medicine, things change every single second. But medicine is not a boring profession. If you want a boring, do not pick medicine. Don't pick biology. Don't pick things that change every like 5 seconds. You'll regret it. I promise. How does that work? What if others if others know you have ADHD, you see it as a bonus because then others don't expect me to be doing as much stuff? Yeah, in places that aren't undergoing a hostile regime, I agree with you 100%. My autism, my neurodivergence can get me in a lot of trouble now, and I hate that. If for the people listening, do not travel to the US at all under any circumstance if you can help it. Also, to my European audience abroad, I am paying my American tax. I am sorry for everything that the administration is doing. I did not vote for the lunatics in office. I did not ask for the worldwide tariffs. I didn't ask for people to be arrested, put up, and deported for 10 plus years. I didn't ask for that. But enough of us did, and even though I didn't vote for him, I still have to take responsibility for the administration in question. And for that, I am grievously sorry. And I will be doing everything I humanly possibly can to mitigate that by voting at the local ballot box. You have my word on that. Anyway, that's about as geopolitical as I want to get for the moment. Why don't we get this Lionel out of the way so that I can take the last break for the hour and we can have a good solid 40 minutes. How's that sound? Go ahead and pop up the... I'll go ahead and put a stamp here as well. Like over there. And I'll put out the mod boss, or the, boss alert. I would love to, but I don't have one. I have a crystal. I have nothing else. I don't even have, like, a treasure... Or I guess I have a treasure stamp, but what would be the point? That's for actual real treasure chests. A silver Lionel. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, he coming. Everybody get ready. That is a nice Bumpkus picture. I will admit. Silver Lionel, you do know how to strike a pose. Half man, half horse, all unga bunga. And furries get a real treat out of Mr. Lionel over there. That's about all I'm gonna really say. Okay, we're gonna crack out the soldier set as soon as I can find it. And we're gonna eat some attack food. And I guess also, if we're gonna do that, we'll just whip out the bow. Nice! Okay, let's whip out shock arrows, I guess. Oh, run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Run. Good night, Sir Lionel. Good night and goodbye. We got all the shock arrows back we spent, and some. I just want to point that out. If we were worried about shock arrows, don't be. Do I have? Yeah, we can probably get rid of this. Neat. Well, we're gonna have a couple of nice, exciting Lionel fights, because who doesn't like fighting Lionels? That's one of my favorite parts of Breath of the Wild, is just being able to, like, beat up and bash Lionels. It's a good rush of adrenaline and excitement. The fighting Hinoxes are also a pretty good rush of adrenaline, but nothing, and I do mean nothing, beats the thrill of just getting good at the parries and the flurry rushes with Lionels. They're a nice combat exercise. Okay, we're gonna take our last bit of break for today. Normally I have these automated. It's kind of unfortunate that I had to stream at a weird time interval today. I do want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. I really appreciate all the gifts, all the chatter, all of my lurkers, my community. I appreciate everybody. You guys have been awesome. I'm gonna take a 3-minute break, with 3 minutes of ads and everything. Please feel free to get up and, like, stretch, get a snack, what have you, because I know nobody likes ads. I don't think anyone should sit through them. But I also thank you if you do, because that's ad revenue. But in either case, I will see you guys after the commercial break. See you then. Sorry about that, people. I am back. Thank you guys so much for your patience. And why don't we get the last 30 minutes out of the way? I did say that we were probably going to end up being, we're going to be here in Akala for about 3 episodes. We started this, I'd say maybe episode 43, and that was just maybe episode 42, and that was just like getting the tower and getting some stuff done. And then we had all the different things we had to do at the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. And then when we started seriously making a dent in the Korok seeds and the shrines and stuff, that was around episode 44. So this is like a free episode, a free second episode where we're just in Akala pretty much the whole time. My intention is to be done with that in episode 46. That's the next episode from now. Look forward to the thumbnail later, is what I'll say about that. And hopefully I'll be streaming at an earlier time, at the appropriate time tomorrow. Let me make sure I've not missed any messages on YouTube or Twitch. Nothing on YouTube. And then for Twitch, yeah, earlier is also nice. I do my best to try to be consistent. Obviously, these past couple of weeks have not been great. But, you know, that's life. I try not to hold myself to an impossible standard or anything. It certainly does feel like it, though. I'm doing my best. I'm hanging in there. You stretched and got 3 snacks so far. 3 times so far. I'm running out of snacks. I'm not saying you have to get a snack every time you get up and stretch. I mean, I always say it, but you know, you never have to do that every time. It's just find something to occupy yourself for 3 minutes, because no one in their right mind wants to. Where's our next a call adventure? No one where is this? So you're telling me I could participate without a whole stash of snacks to spam every hour? Of course! Because I don't know what everyone's food situation is like, and also I don't go get snacks every time a streamer has a break. You'd run out of food that way. Especially if you watch streams every day. You'd run out of snacks real quick. We all know it's the general, stream disclaimer, right? I know we're all kind of having fun picking at this, but I am reading the room right. It is just a vibes check here. Okay, what's going on? I can no longer hear the game, although... Hold on. I feel like I've lost the sauce. Interesting. Okay. I just had to refresh it. Unfortunately, I'm not very used to this new headset's short range yet. So I've pulled it out of the jack, the 3.5 millimeter jack, quite a few times by now. I'm really worried that I've already damaged the jack beyond any point of return, and I'll have to go get a new headset, and I'm gonna hate that if that's the case. Where is this? It's like... Hit the road, Jack. Not so fast, Jill. Where I have where's my channel point redemption? Let me grab one. Here's one.
It's just asinine.
Yeah, this whole line, asinine. It's perfect. I'd give that ass a 9. You know, Mifa, Zelda. Maybe Urbosa. All 9s. Give those asses a 9 all day long. You know what? Hell, we might as well just throw all the champions in there. They're all a 9, okay? Have we cringed at the joke yet? Have we cringed at the joke yet? I'm trying to figure out where I'm going, and it's not exactly easy. So here is this one. That's where this Korok seed is. I need a Monka emote. I wonder. That has to be on 7 TV somewhere, and I haven't found it yet. If I see a Monka emote, I'll throw it in there on 7 TV. By the way, if you guys are on Twitch, can you add it on Franker Faces? I might be able to. Because I'm pretty sure I also use Franker Faces. For those that are not in the know on what I'm talking about, there are Twitch extensions, Twitch sites that have extensions on them, that add extra emotes, because we're limited by, like, sub count. And you know, maybe I'll have to check my sub points. I might be able to fit another emote if we've got the slots. And if so, that means I need to work on the emote I've been working on real quick. But I'm capped by sub points, and people want, you know, their Pepes, their not just their Pepes, but you know that their Monka S. They want their you know, animated cat, Nyan cat meme stuff. There's like a whole laundry list. Is this over or under? It's like under. Okay. And a Twitch profile simply cannot fit all those subs. Simply cannot. So Franker Faces, Better Twitch TV, 7 TV, all those extensions are there to give the Twitch audience more to play with. More to play with. What's my favorite Zelda game? Akaza says, I'm glad you asked. My personal favorite Zelda game is Skyward Sword. I know, hot take. And I know the gameplay is not the best, but I have a lot of nostalgia bias for the game. I grew up with it. I love the motion controls of the original Wii release. The soundtrack was great. The character writing was pretty good. The only thing that really sucked about the character writing, at least in my honest opinion, was the fact that Fi's character got wound up into a really gnarly, really nasty tutorial character. And the tutorial was overbearing. And I hated that for Fi, because I think that really did Fi quite dirty. And the combat was pretty good, too. I especially loved the Girahim fights. But I know everyone was probably looking to hear Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, Ocarina of Time, that sort of thing. No, Skyward Sword. What about you, Akaza, or anyone else for that matter, if they're thinking of chiming in on the conversation? Can you? Okay, I already read that one. Pepe is such a funny name because in Romania there's this super known guy on TV called Pepe, and I'm thinking of that each time I hear Pepe. What did he do? Since he's an unknown entity and everything. I was expecting Wind Waker, TBH. Wind Waker is another Dark Horse answer. You wouldn't think so, because like Wind Waker the Wind Waker release was synonymous with the GameCube. It's like the release for GameCube in the Zelda franchise. But the thing is that its release numbers didn't do all that well. It's one of those. Yeah, it's expressive. It's expressive. You know, the story is there. The combat is there. There are a lot of good things to like about Wind Waker, but the sales numbers just didn't add up for whatever reason. It wouldn't be until Twilight Princess where the numbers kind of started adding up a bit more. I'm more blended in. I didn't even grow up with this. We had no Mario in Romania, no Nintendo, no Switch. It's as rare as leprechauns here. You know what? That's fair. That's definitely fair, and I'm sorry that that's the case. It makes me feel really excluded because of that, unfortunately. The biggest of grimaces you're getting from me. I wish gaming were a more publicly available commodity. I really do. I know people from like Brazil and Argentina often talk about it, where where if your government is collecting like 50% of your income as tax, you really don't have much income to work with in the first place. In some cases it's like 75% of your income, so you're lucky if you can have a roof over your head and some food, and maybe get to do one or two things in like a city or a town in a month. When the taxes being low or taxes being high really don't make much of a difference in my eyes. It all just kind of depends on what the infrastructure is there for. Akaza says on YouTube, my favorite Zelda game is Breath of the Wild. You like the freedom of it. Yeah, the open world aspect is a very celebrated thing about Breath of the Wild. There's a lot to like about that. I also enjoy it. I do think that Breath of the Wild, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Breath of the Wild is a very, very modern, it's a modern example of a cult classic. Breath of the Wild, assuming we have a world in like 10 years, we can, people will go back and say, yeah, if there's any Breath of the, like Legend of Zelda title you should try out, and Breath of the Wild is what you have access to, try Breath of the Wild. It's an open world action platformer game or action adventure game. There's a lot to like. The story's good. The character's good. The musical numbers are good when they're present. Sorry, I had to cough there. And so on. I also really do like Skyward Sword. I don't understand why people hate it so much. Fine. The answer is Fi, and it's sad, but that's the truth of it. It's Fi, it's the tutorial, it's the game holding your hand every 5 seconds, even if it was something that you had already done in a previous tutorial. 5 seconds later, another tutorial shows up. I'm talking about the original port, for the record. The remaster does not have as nearly as much of this mucking up the game. Go look at a playthrough of the Wii version. I promise you that stuff is there. There will be people griping up and down about the tutorial. It's all the inconveniences that come along with Fi saying something related to game mechanics every 5 seconds. Or this very obvious thing you needed to do every half hour. I love Skyward Sword, but it's my favorite Legend of Zelda game, but I do get why people hate it. To put it perhaps in a more succinct way, think about it this way. Fi from Skyward Sword makes Navi look like Tinkerbell, a saint, a guardian angel. Fi made the annoying Navi sound bites look good. Oh, man. I could go on about this for hours. And the Navi is a meme at this point. Like, the Nintendo 64 Navi, tutorial stuff is a meme. Gabora, meme. The real insidious killer of Skyward Sword is Fi. Fi is both of those cranked up to like 10. At least the original release. I'm sorry, here I am chatting it up about my favorite game and why I definitely understand the grievance with it and not playing the game. I do this a lot. Breath Rasby says it's very common for anything but PC gaming. Yeah, because consoles are expensive. There are different trade laws. There are things that perhaps, you know, make the sale of consoles very difficult. It kind of has to be worth the money. I mean, and this is just me speculating at lots of reasons. Who knows why? I mean, only the people with the data will know why particular countries in the European Union or in South America have a hard time with console games. A lot of it does just come down to, like, the individual prices on things, right? At least that would be... I want to be very careful. I'm going to save just in case. If I can, I'll try to sneak around the Lionel's vision, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to guarantee that. For the record, even though the global environment, like the geopolitics of the world, is getting darker, I hold out hope that things will get better when people put in enough work to make them better. Also, I realize what kind of seed we're getting. There's an acorn in this log. Now, we probably have enough time to fight a Lionel and then maybe grab a couple more seeds, and then we'll probably call it good there. Or, yeah, definitely there. I'm listening about hope while beating people with baseball bats in GTA. What an odd pair, right? Hope and a baseball bat. 1 HP in a dream, that kind of stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and save, because we all know the spiel about Lionels, but I'm gonna put this in the chat anyway. Because Lionels do require some bit of my concentration. Then I'll be right back with everybody. I'm still reading chat and everything, but, you know, I want to be able to not accidentally die to the field boss here. Have you seen what's been happening in Syria some time ago, like the dictatorship thingy being over? I knew about the Assad regime falling out and being replaced with something else. I've also heard about Turkey and Israel both sharpening their knives over it for different reasons, and trading barbs about like geopolitical designs in Syria. I don't like that one bit. You hear a lot more coming out of Turkey than you do anywhere else, of course, but all I can say without I haven't seen like every article or every piece of news, but I have like a general idea of what Turkey is trying to gear up to do. Here's what I will say about geopolitics and like the perhaps the most speculative, but dictator regimes falling is great, right? Imagine America will get to that point. I mean, I agree. I don't want dictator regimes either. And I would prefer if our administration were replaced with competent officials who would do their damn job. But you have to be careful with regimes, because when regimes fall, they create power vacuums, and something is going to fill in the power vacuum. And then other people, even after the power vacuum is filled, the new incoming people who have toppled the dictatorship, that incoming administration will be very weak and very vulnerable to external influence and manipulation. That's what Turkey is getting ready to do, is influence and manipulate the new, like, government for Syria. Among its designs to maybe possibly militarily invade Syria. That's another thing that could come out of this, which would be just rosy, wouldn't it? The most sarcastic of terms possible. Doesn't matter what kind of regime or government, when a government falls, what you could be left with could be worse. And it's what you do after that's important. Everyone that topples a regime has to be ready for people to play games with them, play headspace games with them, have to be ready for lies, deceit, manipulation in the highest order. Wait, so what does Turkey want? Make the country back in dictatorship? No, they want land. They want actual conquest. If I'm remembering all the news reports correctly, Turkey is getting ready to, like, possibly put some military there. I will double check to make sure I'm not, speaking off the cuff. I'm functioning purely on memory, but I know there were a lot of different, like, trade agreements and trade disputes that were happening, which is often a first step toward invasion. And I know that it's Erdogan, isn't it? The President Tayyip, I think that's his name. I'm pretty sure there are some designs that Turkey wants to see happen in Syria, and military force has not been ruled out for doing so. But again, I will make sure I've done my due diligence with an answer to this and report back, because I don't want to mislead anyone. All I want to say regarding dictatorships around the globe and geopolitical alliances that are now forming due to Trump just shaking everything up. Trump is, like, basically ground zero for all this. Watch to see where the new alliances are going to fall, if anywhere. Because the next world war that happens is not going to be along the lines that you were used to. If that comes down to it, there's going to be intra-country fighting, and there's going to be international fighting, and you're not going to be able to keep up with the, like, which countries are participating in which war when. For comparison, in Fallout, the next set of wars that happened before the war between America and China in that game, in that universe, were the resource wars. After the UN imploded and everyone, like, disbanded the UN as, like, a collective thing the globe did. I want people to really pay attention to that, because that's going to tell you what your new world looks like. That's all I want to say, without going down a bunch of rabbit holes. Gee, now we only have time to fight the Lionel, but I'm fine with this. Because I think it's just that important we talk about this stuff. Because it affects everyone. It's not just America, it's not just Israel, it's not just Palestine, it's not just Europe, it's not France, it's not just Britain, it's not just Ethiopia, it's not India, not Pakistan, not Morocco. You get my point. It's going to be global. Everywhere. All at once. Time to study some anarchy? Yes, read the history. And for you, I would probably read the history of your country, read the history of your country as well. I presume you were already doing this. But, is Georgescu? Is that correct? It's probably not. But him. Yes, him. There's history with his name. Make sure you read it. And he's been arrested, but he has a protege, doesn't he? Someone who's under him, someone who carries his ideals out. Because in France, you know, although Le Pen has been arrested, there was she had a protege, and that protege is sounding off war bells. So that's the thing. He has someone else who tries to become president, right? Exactly. The ideological torch, if something happens, always gets passed. Always. Always, always, always gets passed. And you need to read that person very carefully. You need to read everything they say. Anything that's public. Just study it. I'm doing the same thing with Vance. I'm doing the same thing with all the sycophants in my administration for the same reason. Let that be a piece of advice for everybody who's watching. Do your research on the people who are in charge. You will be both enlightened, but also surprised at what you find. Now, what's the usefulness of reading what they've been up to? Well, the usefulness really comes down to maybe it'll help you understand why they're doing the things they're currently doing and what things... It might help you speculate on things they'll be doing next. It might help you not buy into the bullshit. I guess is the best way I know to say it. If you're well read, you can at least make an informed decision on, oh, is this person a Looney Tune, or is this person actually serious, and what might motivate them to do the things they're doing. Trump, Vance, Musk, you know. Is it Carlin Drudescu? That man. A man who's been arrested. Marina Le Pen. And plenty of others. They all have chips on their shoulder. They all have things they could take revenge for. Revenge is a very big theme in all of the geopolitical uprisings that have been happening around the globe in the past couple of years. Revenge is a big theme, and I want everyone to see that. That's why I think reading about people's past actions is so important, because it'll help contextualize why the policies are being implemented in the way they're being implemented, and why people are saying the things they're saying and doing the things they're doing. Because with humans, that's what it comes down to. That's what it ultimately comes back to, is who wronged them when? What did they experience in life when to make them think the way they think? Especially if they're on the older end of the spectrum. Especially if they're on the older end of the spectrum. But I've gabbed enough about this. Let's kill the Lionel, and then we can be done for the day. Shall we? All right, Mr. Lionel. We gotta do this song and dance one last time for the audience. Ha! You thought you could hit me with that attack. I think not. Good night, Razby. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you sooner rather than later. Well, I probably need that wooden shield. Let's put away the mighty Lionel, or let's dispose of the mighty Lionel shield. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Do I want to raid? Yeah, you know what? That's probably a good idea. Let's see who's available. If there's nobody I've built a rapport with, we'll cut and run, but I will definitely take suggestions if people want to field them. Otherwise, yeah, we all know how this goes. Yep, sincerely, thank you guys so much for being here. You guys have been amazing, my lovely senators and inductees. We will be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys know the whole spiel. Hopefully I will, be on time and nothing will go wrong. We all know that song and dance. Not seeing anyone. Yeah, I see no one at the moment. Okay. I really enjoyed this stream. Thanks. Enjoy your day. Thank you for stopping by as well, Akaza. I really appreciate it. Whether you guys are on YouTube or Twitch, please know that you guys are more than welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Whether that be the DMs on social media, links to that stuff in the link tree in the description, and in the About Me section on Twitch, or, my very own well-curated Discord server. Okay, I don't see anyone that's on right now that I've built rapport with, so I will give you guys 2 people that I think are very much worth your time. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, I've got nothing keeping you. Once we do that, once I give out the 2 shout-outs, I will go ahead and end the stream. First one. Ooh, that's a blast from the past. If you guys like trading card games, or you guys like card games in general, go check out a man named Strider Stone. He's recently kind of had a bit of a resurgence in the content he's making. He is playing some Hearthstone. If you guys like free spells that cascade into different spells every 5 seconds, Hearthstone is definitely your cup of tea. Please go check out his content. He works super hard on it. As for the other one, if you guys like Canadian streamers, you guys will also like him. His name is Squillakilla. He is a really popular Soulsborne streamer. He's done a lot of hitless, deathless, damageless challenges. I believe he is currently practicing a damageless... No, it's a randomizer run. Okay, this is bog standard stuff. Still, go check him out. He's really cool, really relaxed dude. Here comes the shout out. My senators and inductees, it's been awesome. Thank you guys for hanging with me. You're welcome in my hallowed halls. Do stay safe. Take care of yourselves out there. And with that, goodbye.